Tuesday night softball on Long Island sees a good one. Game 2 of 3 from Bill Edwards Stadium. It's AFP softball on the Varsity Media Sports Network as the Oklahoma City Spark take on the New York Rise. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome into the broadcast booth alongside Maria Tribalpiece. I'm John Perez. Maria, it's been tough going for the New York Rise. They've lost 6 of 7, but today's a new day. It's
a new day. It's also Taylor Swift night, so I think that's already some good vibes for the Rise. And you know what? Yesterday, the Spark, they put 5 runs on the board, but it was a little bit sporadic. So if the Rise can clean some things up tonight, they have a chance.
Yeah, certainly for Oklahoma City. They came in as the anti-heroes last night in a 5-1 victory. With that said, let's see the highlights from last night's game. Game 2. Game 1 of the series and first game of the homestand. Oklahoma City only 1 loss this year, and it's to the Rise. Jalen Ford, 4-0 on the season, got the start for New York, but put herself in trouble last night. Bases loaded for Kaylani Ricketts. Ford walks in a run, 1 of 4 walks in the inning. She shoots 5 free passes on the day. Next inning, it'd be a 1-0 Spark lead. Haley Lee, 2 on 2 out. She goes shopping at the gap. Chloe Malaulu and Michelle Moultrie come on to score. It's a 3-0 OKC lead. That's the score in the third. This time, Malaulu at the plate. She goes the other way. Sydney Sherrill comes in to score. 4-0 Spark. That would be enough for Kaylani Ricketts. She was masterful. In the fourth, she gets Caroline Wong to ground out, as we'll see it here. But she just dropped a heavy ball through the curveball, the Rise, and everything. There's the ground out from Wong. And now we go to the 6th, Sammy Williams. She'll fly out to right field. Ricketts went the distance, only allowed 1 earned run, struck out 4 in OKC's 5-1 victory. But we know that New York can swing it with the best of them, and they've got 2 of the better players in all of AFP. They're going to be our 2 impact players today, Jenna Laird and Ashley Treeweiler.
Ashley Treeweiler has just been fantastic this year for the Rise, and she's been great everywhere that she's gone. She was 1 for 3 yesterday with a double. We talked about that a little bit, but she has just brought so much pop to the top of that lineup. And then you have Jenna Laird, who has been also fantastic both offensively and defensively. She's going to supply some more power and a little bit of speed for the Rise.
Yeah, those 2 names have been consistent in the starting lineup. Let's meet the rest of the starting 9. It's been shuffled around a lot. Rodney McCray doing some manicuring of this lineup. Treeweiler and Laird still 1-2 in the lineup, but Laird is now starting at second base instead of the shortstop position. Alex Honnold's out in center field. McKenna Smith moves from behind the plate to third base. Sammy Williams is at short with Wong behind the plate, the catcher. Nicole Mendez, one of the best OU players in Oklahoma history, the DP. Lenny Malkin at first base, and Riley Blampede out in right field for Sydney McCray. So that's New York. Now let's meet the Oklahoma City Spark that come in as one of the best teams in this league. Studs up and down the lineup, including our 2 impact players today, Chloe Malaulu and Haley Lee.
Chloe Malaulu, we saw her in those game highlights. She's just doing it all. She's been able to hit the ball to both sides of the field. She's seeing the ball really well at the plate. And Haley Lee, we talked about the impact of Oklahoma players and Nicole Mendez on the Rise side. Haley Lee, another player from Oklahoma who has just been fantastic. She was 3 for 6 in the last series between the Spark and the Rise, and she's continued that success here in New York.
Yeah, another game, another couple of RBIs for Haley Lee. She's been a monster at the dish and behind the plate as well. Amber Flores in her starting lineup. It'll be Jada Coleman at first base. Normally an outfielder. We'll talk more about that during the broadcast. Lee's behind the plate. Kinsey Hansen, part of the taxi squad. She's a DP batting third. More on that later as well. Alina Torres at second base. Yvonne Whaley's out in left field with Malaulu in the 6th hole in right field. Sydney Sherrill at third base. Michelle Moultrie, the Florida Gator, is in center. And Rachel Becker, who came on late in last night's game. She gets a start at short for the Oklahoma City Spark. It is the Spark, it is the Rise, it is Game 2. It is Taylor Swift night. Are you ready for it? Starting lineups of first pitch when we come back on the Varsity Media Sports Network. Are you a local business looking for new and creative ways to promote your company? Varsity Media offers affordable rates that can get your message across to a demographic of 18 to 54 years of age. Our follower base across social media is over 50,000 strong, and our viewership numbers per game are in the thousands. Don't blow your advertising budget on old staples like TV and radio media. Reach out to Varsity Media to get the best bang for your buck.
It's time to book a Varsity Media Sportscast and get on the big stage. A Varsity Media Sportscast is seen by thousands of people, both live and on demand, from friends and family all over the world to prospective college coaches. Our announcers will help tell the story of your team and your athletes. There is no bigger stage to be on than Varsity Media. Book a sportscast today by contacting Varsity Media.
Hey parents, how about a bobblehead for your athlete? Bobbleheads are one of the most preferred personalized gift items today, and it's so easy to order. All you need is a photo of your athlete, a model number from our extensive collection of bobbleheads, and the sculpting process begins. 2 proofs are sent for your approval, and once it's approved, in a few weeks, your bobblehead is on the way. It's that simple. Order your bobblehead today by logging into varsitymediapass.com and click catalogs or call 516-403-2050.
When it comes to live streaming, Varsity Media does it all. Athletic events, concerts, musicals, graduations, even weddings. Trust Varsity Media when it comes to your live stream event. Contact us today to learn more about Varsity Media's live streaming services at 516-403-2050 or email ben@varsitymedia.net. Hey parents, Varsity Media is now offering ISO video of just your athlete. Why settle for the wide angle that shows every player on the field? With our ISO video, your athlete is front and center the entire game. This footage will help in creating highlight videos for college coaches to better pinpoint your athlete's play on the field. Watching our video will help your athlete improve progressively throughout the season and may lead to a college scholarship. Varsity Media is now booking ISO videos for the fall, but spots are limited. Contact us today for football, soccer, field hockey, and volleyball by calling 516-403-2050 or emailing ben@varsitymedia.net.
Welcome back to Long Island. Bill Edwards Stadium is the place to be. Game 2 between the Oklahoma City Spark and the New York Rise. New York Rise fans at this time would like to acknowledge our good friends at Hofstra, New Balance, Wilson, Azuri Transportation, Vincent's Clam Bar of Long Island, Erica Cole Salon, Polsky Sports and Entertainment, Print Station, Catcher Matrix, and Lululemon. We appreciate all you do to help support pro women's softball in New York. Rise up. She's Maria Tribal Piece. I'm John Perez. That is Double Play. And Maria, as we get ready for the start of Game 2, our keys to the game for both of these teams.
Well, you see it right there for the OKC Spark. They just have to keep doing what they're doing. Everything is working for them right now. The pitchers are throwing great. You saw Kalani Ricketts fantastic in the circle yesterday, and their lineup so disciplined at the plate and then pushing those runs across when they need to. For the New York Rise, they need to get people on base. That was one thing yesterday. They had only 3 hits. They pushed across 1 run. So if they can create a little bit of chaos, they have the speed to do it in that lineup. They really need to do that. And as I said, put that ball in play.
Should be a fun one. Yeah, New York, they struck out 23 times down in Oklahoma City last night. Put the ball in play, but did not get a bunch of base runners. At this time, we'll send it over to our public address announcer, birthday boy, and number 1 Swiftie, Peter Schwartz, for the starting lineups and national anthem right here on the Varsity Media Sports Network.
Hey fans, let's meet tonight's team. First, for the Gary Heroes, OKC Spark. Leading off, first the reserve, number 0, Riley Boone. Number 3, Sterling Ricard. Number 7, Kylie Bailey. Number 10, Kalani Ricketts. Number 23, Johnny Goborn. Number 99, Maddie Wenka. And now the starting lineup. Leading off and playing first base, number 22, Jada Coleman. Batting second and catching, number 45, Haley Lee. Batting third, the designated player, number 9, Stevie Hansen. Batting fourth, the second baseman, number 40, Alvina Torres. Batting fifth, the left fielder, number 26, Yvonne Whaley. Batting sixth, the right fielder, number 14, Chloe Malaulu. Batting seventh, the third baseman, number 24, Steve Sherrill. Batting eighth, the left fielder, number 16, Michelle Moultrie. And batting ninth, the shortstop, number 15, Rachel Becker. The starting pitcher for OKC is number 13, Amber Pfizer. The head coach for the Spark is Amber Flores, assisted by Alex Flores and David Wallace. And now, let's meet your New York Ride. First, going third, number 6, Taylor Waddle. Number 8, Mariah Lopez. Number 12, Karen Ford. Number 19, Brian Henry. Number 20, Sarah Cornell. Number 24, Lauren Cleave. Number 42, Jordan White. And number 99, Stephen McCray. And now, the starting lineup for the ride. Leading off, playing left field, number 50, Ashley Stillweiler. Batting second. Second base, number 3, Jenna Laird. Batting third, the center fielder, number 25, Alex Reynolds. Batting fourth, the third baseman, number 21, Hannah Smith. Batting fifth, the shortstop, number 7, James Williams. Batting sixth, the catcher, number 16, Alan Long. Batting seventh, the designated player, number 11, Nicole Mendez. Batting eighth, the first baseman, number 22, Jimmy Nelson. Batting ninth, the right fielder, number 26, Riley Kennedy. And the starting pitcher for the ride, number 26, Steve Joe. Coach of the ride is Grant McCray. Coach McCray is assisted by Tony Marie Valrietto and Lisa Ianson. Umpires for tonight's game at first base, John Stewart. At third base, Alex Lee. And behind the plate, PGA Calderano. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise, if you're able, remain standing, and remove your hat to honor America and urge to protect our freedom with the singing of the national anthem. In honor of tonight's All-Star game, will be playing Taylor Swift's rendition of the anthem from the 2008 All-Star game in Philadelphia. On the audience, Matt Smith, and Jake Torres.
was Taylor Swift's rendition from the 2008 playoffs for the Philadelphia Phillies. And now, of course, the honorary first pitch by Jeff Ahn, the founder of the New York Rise, and obviously a standing ovation from his own team. But this is his creation, and just what a great ambassador for softball on Long Island and what he's been able to do for New York this year.
I mean, Jeff Ahn has just been so fantastic in the way that he just supports women's sports and supports softball. And the second that you meet him, he has a huge smile on his face. He is just so passionate about making this work. And I think as somebody who grew up in the Northeast, to see pro softball being played in New York, I think that's just something that is so exciting, and it just really shows how the game is trying to be grown, and Jeff Ahn is a big part of that.
Well, I'll ask you, and I'll put you on the spot, but who were some of your softball idols growing up, and what schools did they play at?
Oh, that's a really good question. So first comes to mind is Danielle Laurie, because I think that's the first recollection that I have watching the Women's College World Series. It was 2009. The games were starting to be broadcast more. I think that I'll always have that memory. And, I was telling you this before the game. We used to just hope that it would go to 3 games in that Women's College World Series final, because those are the only games that you could see on TV. And so now we have streaming. When the Women's College World Series is played, all regional sites are broadcast on some platform or the other. So I just think you see that happening. You see what's happening here with these 2 teams coming together to play tonight in the summer in this league. And I think it's exciting, and it makes me a little emotional too to see how we're finally growing in the direction that we want to go.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, especially for Long Islanders that went to school outside of New York, that might have gone to schools in the ACC, the SEC. Now they have their affiliations for their programs, which means their kids are watching, and now they're watching their softball games out there as well. And hey, what better team to watch as well than Oklahoma City and New York as well. As Shanice Dells gets the start today, looking to stop the skid for the Rise.
And I think if you're looking to get back on track, Shanice Dells is the person that you want to help you do it. She just throws a little bit of everything. She has a great arsenal, rise, curve, and a screw. She added that drop ball later in her career, so she'll use a little bit of all of those. And the big thing about beating this Oklahoma team is you have to keep these hitters off balance. They are just so good and so disciplined, and Shanice Dells is the person to be able to do that.
Dells from Edmond, Oklahoma, last week against the Spark, came on in relief in Game 1 through 4 innings, allowed a run on 2 hits, and walked 2. Started her career at Tulsa before moving over to Arkansas after 2 years, and was the 2022 SEC Pitcher of the Year and SEC Tournament MVP, and affectionately called She Nice by Rodney McCray. And New York is hoping that she's very nice and stellar tonight, as it'll be Jada Coleman to lead things off for the Spark. And the first pitch bunted foul, and we're underway.
That's part of the thing that makes Jada Coleman so lethal. You see her try to drop a bunt down leading off the game. She also has so much power. She can hit the home run. She can hit to both sides of the field. It makes her so difficult to pitch to.
And moved up into the leadoff spot. Her and Riley Boone swapping spots. And for Coleman this year, hitting .263 on the season, a home run and 2 RBIs, and slashes it foul. 0-2.
And it makes it really difficult to play against her, to not only pitch against her, but to play against her defensively, because you need to be a little bit in if you are the corners, but she has that ability to swing away. So if something gets on you quickly, you have less time to field it.
Coleman hitless in 3 at-bats yesterday, but did draw a walk. 0-2 coming, high and away, 1-2. Certainly a lot of familiarity playing against a couple of Sooners, and obviously playing in Arkansas and Tulsa, with some matchups against a lot of these teams in those Southern conferences as well, the SEC, the ACC, the American as well. 1-2 up and in, 2-2.
I think that's the one really cool thing about pro softball is, you play all of these people in college, and then you might come together with them on the same team, and I think that's really cool because then you're creating new relationships through the sport of softball.
2-2 sprayed foul. And the one thing that was noticeable last night for the Spark, they don't strike out, but they also don't go chasing either. So it's a tough team to rack up the Ks. And a gusty wind blowing in from right center. 2-2 upstairs, and the count's full.
And there's exactly what you just mentioned, that discipline at the plate. And That's what makes them so tough to get out, because they're not going to chase anything that's not within the strike zone. So you have to put it over the plate. It's just how much of the ball are you going to put over the plate?
Payoff pitch. And that's on the outside corner. Strike 3 called. Got her looking.
Those are the pitches that Jalen Ford was looking to get called last night, right on the corner. That is a great spot by Dels. That's how you get these Oklahoma City hitters out. Watch it again, just on the outside part of the plate. It jumps a little bit at the end. Jada Coleman not too happy with that one, but big first out for the Rise.
Haley Lee, the catcher, now steps in for the Spark. New catcher behind the plate for the Rise is Caroline Wong, who was the DP in her first game with the Rise yesterday and now goes behind the plate with McKenna Smith at third. And Lee trying to hold up a swing. And no, says first base umpire John Cambridge. Jake Garzano's behind the plate. Adam Leap, who was behind the plate last night, is now at third base. And that pitch just misses. 2-0 to Lee from Kingwood, Texas. Went 1 for 3 last night with the 2 RBI double and a walk. And 4 straight out of the zone. A 1-out base on balls. Puts the runner on. Let's meet the defense for New York. Left to right in the outfield. Ashley Treeweiler, Alex Honnold, and Riley Blampede. Lee Malkin at first. Jenna Laird moves from short to second. So Sammy Williams is at short. McKenna Smith at third. Caroline Wong behind the plate. And Dels in the circle. That'll bring up Kinsey Hansen, who takes inside for ball 1.
You mentioned Sammy Williams moving over to shortstop, Jenna Laird at second. I mean, that just says so much about the depth of this Rise team as well. The fact that they have 2 women who are just so good at that shortstop position. And then you have them both up the middle. That makes it quite lethal.
Riley Blampede, who was usually the starting second baseman, moves out to right field, and she's got a good glove out there as well. So does Sydney McCray. The issue is just trying to get hot bats in the lineup, and they haven't been getting much production out of that right field spot. Hansen hits it on the ground to third. Smith is up with it, flips to second for 1. The turn from Laird, not in time, but a fielder's choice wipes Lee off the base paths, and there's 2 away.
Laird did a really nice job of getting over there and getting up on that throw. It was a little bit offline. She does a good job of keeping her body in front of it, trying to get the turn, but at least getting 1 out.
So 2 away, and that'll bring up Alina Torres, the second baseman. Torres 0 for 3 with a walk last night. And that pitch misses just outside. Count 1-0. Torres hitting .250 on the year, a home run, 4 RBIs. And now ahead in the count, 2-0.
You know, even though she's 0 for 3 yesterday, she still has that walk. And I think that's one thing that, especially when you're a younger player, you get caught up in of, oh, I was 1 for 1, 2 for 3. Did you have quality at bats? Alina Torres coming up with a walk shows that there's still quality at bat even when you don't get a hit.
Yeah, and Oklahoma City yesterday, only 2 strikeouts as a team. So they put the ball in play, especially for Torres, who grounded out to short, the pitcher, and then at first base. Hit the ball hard all 3 times up there as well. And a 4-pitch walk. Torres is aboard.
We saw the walks yesterday become a problem for the New York Rise, and that was one thing that we talked about in that open, is cleaning those things up, because Oklahoma City has so much power, so many clutch hitters up and down this lineup. They're going to capitalize when you put base runners on, so you want to really eliminate a lot of those free passes.
Yeah, including Yvonne Whaley, who wore out New York last week, and then last night went 0 for 3 with a walk as well. From Houston, played for Pittsburgh. And now that's 5 straight misses for Shanice Dels. And that's on the outside corner, 1-1. I think the one glaring thing, and obviously with your softball eyes, I'll ask you, it seems like for New York, they don't have the put-out pitch, or they don't get teams to chase a lot. And when you've got a patient team like Oklahoma City, you're not going to strike out many batters, and that's where traffic gets on the base paths.
No, absolutely. And I think it just comes down to, as you are adjusting to the pro level, there are some vets in this league, but there's also a lot of rookies. And so, you know, when you play in college, that's the first thing you learn from high school to college is I have to be more pinpoint with my control. It gets even more so as you climb into the professional rankings.
1-2, looped. Just fair into left field. It's a base hit. Hansen rounds third. The throw's cut off. Throw back to second. They get Torres. Or check that. She just got in there ahead of the tag on the relay throw from Smith. As it stands right now, it's 1-0 OKC, and Rodney McCray will talk it over, but let's take another look.
I have to agree with you. When I watched it live, I did think she was out, but let's see it here again on the replay. Oh, so tough.
And so McCray is talking to John Cambridge. And at least getting his 2 cents. I know he was not too happy last night with the 3 umpires, but either way, the walks come back to bite again, and a 1-0 lead for OKC in the first.
And it doesn't take much. It's exactly what we were talking about. When you put those base runners on, that's just a bloop single. Scores a run. You have 2 outs, the runners are going. So cleaning that up, hitting your spots, so key for New York.
Laulu singled to right field last night, made a 3-0 Spark. OKC scored a run in the first, 2 in the second, and 2 in the third, and that was enough for Kehlani Ricketts. It was fabulous. Jam shot behind the plate towards us at a play. And the count 0-2.
I don't think we caught that on camera, but there is a great catch from a fan. Stands are packed again here tonight. I love to see that. We talked about the growth of women's softball. When you can pack stands on a Tuesday night at 7 p.m., I think that says a lot about the sport.
And, of course, all the softball teams wearing their uniforms as well, so representing. 0-2, that's low.
I love that they have just the tops on. Some of them have their game day hair going, which is a big thing. I'm sure we'll talk a lot about that in the next couple of days of game day hair because it's a big deal. Yes. I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but it's a pretty big deal.
I know players have the pregame rituals, and then you've got to add all the decorum there as well. So.
And then if you're not hitting well, you got to change up the game day hair. It's
right.
Key.
Yeah.
That should actually be one of our keys to the game is game day hair changed or not changed depending on your hitting.
Now, does that extend to equipment?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. One served in the air down the left field line. And we'll do it again.
I used to wear an Evo shield, right, on my front arm, and then if I was not hitting well, I'd take it off, which got really scary, but then if I got a couple hits without the Evo shield, you couldn't bat with it. So it really is science, and I'm telling you, all of it is true and it works.
And you still crowd at the plate, sand shield?
Absolutely.
Bounce on the ground, just wide, foul. Nifty play by Smith, but we'll just keep the at-bat alive.
That's what you have to do with that. Assume that it's going to be fair, make that throw over to first. Really great backhand, but just foul.
Dell's trying to end it here. 2-2 pitch, and it's high. Another full count.
She's trying to start that rise ball just a little bit too high. If she can get that started a little bit lower and rise it through the zone, that's how she's going to be able to get these Oklahoma hitters.
3-2, socked foul. We'll do it again.
Section 2.
There was not a clean catch on that one, so we'll do it again.
Well, we'll leave it to the professionals on the field.
If we got a ball back this way, would you be able to catch it?
Yeah.
All right,
It's easy to say now.
I should have brought my glove.
Yeah, you're the pro.
I know, but I'm retired.
3-2 pitch, swing and a miss. She struck her out. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Shanice Dells, but she concedes a run on an RBI single by Yvonne Whaley. We go to the bottom of the first. OKC 1, New York coming to bat on the Varsity Media Sports Network.
It's time to book a Varsity Media Sportscast and get on the big stage. A Varsity Media Sportscast is seen by thousands of people, both live and on demand, from friends and family all over the world to prospective college coaches. Our announcers will help tell the story of your team and your athletes. There is no bigger stage to be on than Varsity Media. Book a sportscast today by contacting Varsity Media.
Hey parents, how about a bobblehead for your athlete? Bobbleheads are one of the most preferred personalized gift items today, and it's so easy to order. All you need is a photo of your athlete, a model number from our extensive collection of bobbleheads, and the sculpting process begins. 2 proofs are sent for your approval, and once it's approved, in a few weeks, your bobblehead is on the way. It's that simple. Order your bobblehead today by logging into varsitymediapass.com and click catalogs, or call 516-403-2050. Much like last night, it's a 1-0 lead for OKC as we go to the bottom of the first inning, and one of the most electric pitchers going to the circle will be Amber Pfizer. And I know that many in the Northeast are excited to see the talents of Pfizer here tonight on Long Island.
I was just saying, I am so excited to see Amber Pfizer pitch in person. I feel like back when I was in college, I watched her so much on TV, and she is just so effective. She's going to throw that rise, curve, drop, and a changeup. She'll hit those high 60s, low 70s. She's going to bring a lot of gas, and to see it in person is something that I am super pumped about.
Yeah, Pfizer was the Game 1 starter against New York last week. She struck out 11 batters, gave up 2 unearned runs on 5 hits as she went the distance. Of course, the Minnesota Gopher, and now trying to knock off New York again. And it'll be Ashley Treeweiler, and a fun matchup at least to start the night for Pfizer as Treeweiler steps to the plate. Treeweiler comes in on a 14-game hitting streak, hitting .438 on the year, 2 home runs, and 13 RBIs. Last night went 1 for 3 with a double, her 3rd extra base hit of the year. Pitch.
You know, and she's just been so good everywhere that she's gone. Santa Clara, Grand Canyon, just always finding ways to get on base. She has a lot of pop in that bat. We talked about discipline on the Oklahoma City side. She does the same thing.
Tacks a 2-0 and splits it up the middle for a base hit, and the Rise have the leadoff hitter aboard. Make that hitting streak now 15 games for Treeweiler. And let's meet the defense for Oklahoma City. Pretty efficient last night, as it's Whaley, Michelle Moultrie, and Chloe Malaulu left to right in the outfield. Jada Coleman at first, Alina Torres at second, Rachel Becker's at short. Sydney Sherrill's at third. Behind the plate is Haley Lee, and Pfizer in the circle. And she delivers a first pitch fastball outside to Jenna Laird, 1-0. Laird, the local product, but played at Mizzou. On the count 2-0.
I think that's another thing that is so cool about having this team in New York is those players from the Northeast and those local products, as you've called them. People can come and watch them play. They maybe went to Mizzou or these other big programs, and it might have been difficult for their friends and family to see them. Now they have them right in their backyard.
And make it 3-0. Yeah, Laird, of course, from Long Island, as well as Sarah Cornell, who is a New York State Hall of Famer in the softball division, playing at Clark and then Hofstra before moving over to Alabama. And now, remember, Pfizer, a little uncharacteristic with the control.
But I like the awareness there, right? You know, she throws a couple balls early in the game. Let's go have a conference, settle it down before it gets too out of hand. The walks have been the Achilles heel. We've talked about that already, and it's so early in this game, right? So have the conversation now, breathe, reconvene, and then you're ready to go to face Jenna Laird.
Pfizer only issued 5 walks through her first 4 starts of the season. And now gets on the same page with her catcher, Lee.
And it's a game of adjustments, right? And I think the best players are the ones who make the adjustments the fastest, right? So Amber Pfizer knows immediately something's off. Let's talk about it.
3-0, right down Broadway, 3-1.
You had to assume Laird was taking there all the way.
Hitless in 2 at-bats last night, but had a sac bunt, and that pitch nicks the outside corner. and back-to-back strikes issued by Pfizer, and the count is full.
I think that's a good take, though, there from Laird. It's 3-1. Pfizer already struggling a little bit with control. You're only going to swing if it's your pitch, and that one just hit the outside part of the plate.
Well, attacks it, lifts it to left. First opportunity for Whaley, makes the catch in fair territory, and retreating back to first is Treeweiler, one away.
But one of the keys we talked about is having those good at-bats and getting base runners on. So Jenna Laird saw a lot of pitches in that at-bat, flies out to left. That's still something that she can take and bring with her the next time she gets to the plate.
Here's the second Mizzou Tiger. Of course, the third is Lauren Krings as Honnold spoils the first pitch foul, 0-1.
And it's funny because you have a lot of Mizzou Tigers on the New York Rise. You have a lot of Oklahoma Sooners on the Oklahoma City Spark. So we talked about people coming together from different programs, but it must be so cool when you could play with your former college teammates.
Yeah, there's 9 Sooners on this Spark roster. Of course, 7 of them are dressed here in New York. Of course, the NCAA home run queen, Jocelyn Allo, unfortunately playing for Team USA, but unfortunate that she's not here. That hits off the glove of Lee, goes to the backstop, and Treeweiler will take second base.
That's big for the Rise. You're trying to move runners into scoring position, capitalize on all the little mistakes that the Spark make, because as we've seen, they don't make too many of them.
That tying run now in scoring position, and a hitter's count to Alex Honnold. 5 RBIs on the season. She's hitting .432 coming into the series. And ahead in the count, 3-1.
You see Michelle Moultrie shaded a little bit in and over to that left field side. That opens up that right center gap a bit more for Honnold if she can get one out there.
Sock to the gap, right center field. That's going to be an extra base hit and one hop the wall. Ashley Treeweiler is in as Alex Honnold ties the game with an RBI double.
Alex with some style on that hit.
That ball hung just a little bit too much up in the air, and Alex Honnold capitalizing on it for the Rise. Look at her keeping her hands high, splitting those 2 outfielders. The Rise are on the board.
Something that New York desperately needed. They left 5 runners on base last night. And here's McKenna Smith, attacks the first pitch and slashes it foul. Well, the right field line, 0-1.
And it wasn't only that they were leaving base runners on, is they weren't having those balls that are squared up that Honnold just had, right? So the fact that she's able to get that early in the first inning, it kind of creates momentum for the rest of her team. Like, hey, look, we can hit this girl. How can we figure out to push runs across with those solid contact hits?
In fact, they only had 1 base runner on third base the entirety of the game, and came around to score. And that was a self-inflicted wound, the error by Kaylani Ricketts. 0-2 to Smith. That just misses outside. 1-2. What a presence McKenna Smith has been, not just on the field, but off the field. One of the leaders of this squad. From Cal Berkeley, hitting .361 on the year, 3 home runs, 13 RBIs, and that ball is out of here. Check that. It's her 4th home run of the year, and that gives the Rise a 3-1 lead in the first.
Ever getting back together with us.
If you were to go into a softball dictionary and look up the definition of frozen rope, McKenna Smith's home run would be right there. She completely laces that ball to left field. I don't even think it elevated at all. That ball's left right over the plate. McKenna Smith just doing a great job to keep this Rise offense going.
Shortstop, number 7.
Well, New York's doing something that they couldn't do against Pfizer a couple of weeks ago, is square up Amber Pfizer. A single, a double, and a 2-run home run. A 3-1 lead for the Rise. As Sammy Williams steps up to the plate. And splashes the first pitch foul, 0-1.
And here's the thing with Amber Pfizer is she does throw very hard. So if you're able to get a good barrel on that ball, it's going to do what McKenna Smith's home run did and just fly out of the park.
Smith now with 15 RBIs on the season after the 2-run dinger. And here's Sammy Williams, 3-time All Big East, Big 12 first team selection out of Iowa State. And cracks it to left field. That's a base hit. And the hits keep on coming. 4th hit of the inning for the Rise as Sammy Williams is aboard.
And it's one of those situations where you just want to keep passing the bat. You saw your teammates before you squaring up Amber Pfizer. Hitting is contagious, right? So you want to keep that momentum going.
So Williams with good wheels off of first, and it's Caroline Wong. Head in the count 1-0. Well, welcome to the team, Caroline Wong. Last night went 1 for 3, singled in her first at bat against Ricketts. Now the sixth batter up in the inning, 2-0.
And she wasted no time, as you said. She comes in, she starts as a DP, she gets a single, catching today, just doing a little bit of everything, and no fear either. I love it.
She's had an accomplished career as well. Good rip at a fastball, fouls it right back to the netting, 2-1. Wong playing at Liberty and then Oklahoma State. One of the best players in ASUN history with Liberty, and then of course a great season as a Cowgirl for Oklahoma State. Takes inside, 3-1.
And I think that's one thing that's really good about some of these players who are coming off their college seasons, right? You kind of just pick up right where you left off. You have the advantage over some of the vets of seeing more live at-bats, right? And I think that's one advantage. I mean, usually you think about a rookie.
Tapped up to the middle. Let's see if they can turn two. Becker steps on the bag. That's the only out that they get as Williams is wiped off the base paths. Be a fielder's choice, and Wong is on at first.
But as I was saying, normally you think about rookies, they have to adjust to a lot of different things. Here in pro softball, they're coming off long seasons. They've just played so many games. They've had so many at-bats. They can kind of just keep the flow going, as opposed to maybe some of these other players who haven't had the opportunity to play year-round as the college players coming in have.
Well, and here is a Sooner on the rise side of things. It is Nicole Mendez. Stellar career with the Sooners. Takes high, 1-0. Grew up in Houston, Texas, and led the Sooners to 2 Women's College World Series championships in 2017 and 2021. Knocks it foul, 1-1.
And you talk about her career at Oklahoma. You really can't think about the dynasty that Oklahoma has had without talking about Nicole Mendez. She had such an impact on those 2 national championship teams that she was a part of, and she continues to have such an impact on the game. She does a lot of color analyst work for ESPN. She does so much work for Softball America, so she is just so engrossed in the game on so many different levels.
Yeah, played on the Mexican national team in the Tokyo Olympics in 2021, and of course at Oklahoma was an all-tournament team selection in 2017, 19, and 2021. So even when they don't win in 2019, she's still a part of the all-tournament team. And now the count 3-1.
And you see the discipline of the Oklahoma City team and all the Sooners in that batting order. You see the Sooner for the rise doing the same thing, having that discipline at the plate.
3-1 pitch. On the outside corner, counts full.
That's a good take there, though. It's kind of like what I was saying earlier. You're only going to swing at that 3-1 pitch if it's right where you want it to crush it, especially with 2 outs, runner on first.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch. And the line keeps moving. A 2-out walk, and Mendez is aboard, and that'll bring up Linny Malkin.
First baseman, we're feeling 22, Linny Malkin.
I feel like that was such a layup for Taylor Swift night. Our PA announcer says that we're feeling 22 with Linny Malkin coming up to bat. We played 22. I mean, I'm already enjoying Taylor Swift night. How about you?
I am. I'm a big fan. He's the #1 Swiftie, so expect nothing more. But Malkin trying to shake off this slump that she's been in. And that pitch just misses. Last night, Malkin went 0 for 2. She's now 0 for 7 against Oklahoma City. But a couple of ducks on the pond and a 2-0 count. 3-1 the lead for the Rise. Sprayed in the air, deep right field. Back goes Maluwalu and makes the catch just shy of the track. And the inning is over. The Rise send 9 hitters to the plate. They score 3 times. A 2-run home run by McKenna Smith. And the Rise are feeling it. Rising up. A 3-1 lead going to the second on the Varsity Media Sports Network.
When it comes to live streaming, Varsity Media does it all. Athletic events, concerts, musicals, graduations, even weddings. Trust Varsity Media when it comes to your live stream event. Contact us today to learn more about Varsity Media's live streaming services at 516-403-2050 or email ben@varsitymedia.net.
Are you a local business looking for new and creative ways to promote your company? Varsity Media offers affordable rates that can get your message across to a demographic of 18 to 54 years of age. Our follower base across social media is over 50,000 strong, and our viewership numbers per game are in the thousands. Don't blow your advertising budget on old staples like TV and radio media. Reach out to Varsity Media to get the best bang for your buck. Well, back here at Bill Edwards Stadium, we are now in a lightning delay. It was detected in the area, so the game will be at least in a 30-minute delay as both teams will take cover, and we will take cover here as well. Taylor Swift night, a little lightning. Welcome to New York. We'll take a break, and we'll keep you abreast of what's going on over the next half hour or so, but keep it locked here. We'll have updates every now and then on the Varsity Media Sports Network. Welcome back to Bill Edwards Stadium. Still currently in a rain delay, but we do have some good news. We are expected to restart at 8:20 Eastern, so that's about 12 minutes from now. So if you haven't gone anywhere or, made dinner or wherever you are, next pitch, start of the second inning. We'll start at 8:20 p.m. right here on the Varsity Media Sports Network. Welcome you back to Bill Edwards Stadium. As it stands right now, it is an hour and 6-minute rain delay. As Oklahoma City gets ready to bat in the top of the second inning alongside Maria Trivalpiece. I'm John Perez. A bit of an extended rain delay with a couple of lightning delays. The rules up here is that you have to wait 30 minutes per lightning strike. But now the Rise finally back out on the field. And much credit to the Hofstra faculty and facilities team that did a good job of manicuring the field, and the crowd for sticking around as well.
I mean, you have to give so much credit to everybody coming back into the stadium. I mean, everybody wants to watch some good softball, and you mentioned the grounds crew and the faculty here at Hofstra. You also saw people pulling tarp. That's a huge thing to make sure the field stays nice and dry so that these players can get back out there. So big kudos to everyone. A lot goes into making a softball game and a softball field playable. Everybody stepped up big in that hour and 6 minutes.
100%. And now let's get between the lines. Shanice Dels, I know that there have been a lot of rallies in her career that she's probably had to sit for elongated times. I don't think they reach about an hour. So if you're a pitcher, how do you keep yourself warm? What are you doing during that delay?
Well, the one thing that is hard with that is that you can't go out onto the field, right? So you're stuck in the dugout, you're trying to hide from the rain and the lightning, but you want to keep moving, right? Those dugouts are big enough. Get up, walk around a little bit. Don't tire yourself out. It's kind of like a rotation of sitting and standing, and it's also just knowing when you're going to lock back in, right? So you know after maybe that second lightning strike, you got to take a breath, because if you try to stay locked in that entire time, you're not going to be able to dial it back up when you get on the mound. So it's just a little bit of a balance, and every pitcher does it a bit differently.
Well, Sydney Sherrill, the first batter post-rain delay, and she takes a fastball outside, 1-0. It's a 3-1 lead, a 2-run home run by McKenna Smith. Capped off a 3-run first inning for the Rise, as Oklahoma City scored on an RBI single by Yvonne Whaley. And Sydney Sherrill with a 1-1 count against Shanice Dels.
I love the response from the Rise in that bottom half of the first inning. We were saying how they need to get that offense going, and that's exactly what they did.
And that pitch is high. A couple of control issues for Dels in the first inning. Of course, had a couple of walks and 2 strikeouts as well. But 5 full counts as that's lifted out to left. Ashley Treeweiler makes the catch in fair territory. 1 out.
And you know, it was a little bit ago that we got to see that top half of the first inning, but one thing that we were talking about towards the later parts of it was Dels starting that Rise ball a little bit lower in the zone. It has a lot of good jump on it, but she's starting it a little bit too high. So if she can get that lower, she's going to have more control, just like she did right there.
As she pumps in a first pitch strike to Michelle Moultrie, the Florida Gator. In the UF Hall of Fame. And how about this from Jacksonville? Was a walk-on at Florida and goes down as one of the best Gators in school history.
You know, earlier in the broadcast, we were talking about some things that I just love about the game of softball and who I remembered most back in my early days of when I was getting into the sport. And Michelle Moultrie is just one of those players. I just think she is so exciting to watch. She always has been. And I never forgot that story of her being a walk-on, because I just think it shows how resilient she is and how if you put the work in and if you want to be successful, you can, but it starts with the belief in yourself.
She went from walk-on to 4-time World Cup gold medalist. It just goes to show how much believing in yourself and sticking with your craft will get you places. Having a tough go of it this season, though, hitting 171 and takes low, ball 4. Third walk issued by Dels and a 1-out base runner for the Spark.
But that's the thing, even though her batting average isn't as high as it has been in years past, she still finds ways to get on base, and she still finds ways to make an impact in the game. She's super quick. She does a really good job of turning that order over when she's hitting in that 9 spot. I mean, not in the 9 spot today, but in games past, and she runs the bases really well, and it's just that veteran presence, right? We talk about a lot of these rookies coming into the league. She knows what it's been like. She has played softball on every single stage. She's done it so well.
And she's got good speed off of first as Rachel Becker steps up to the plate, hitting .211 on the year. Started at Purdue, then went to Oklahoma State. No home runs, 2 RBIs, and down the line, foul. And Dels ahead, 0-2.
Del's moving that pitch up and in on the hands of Becker. Now she's ahead 0-2. I'd throw that there again, but maybe just a little bit higher and see if you can get a chase.
Becker came on as a defensive replacement, or checked out a pinch runner, and then stood in the game the rest of the way for Chloe Malaulu. Had a tough slide, left the game in the third inning, but Becker hitless in 2 at-bats. Behind in the count 1-2 and a 3-1 lead for the Rise. Top second, topped right back to the circle. Dels is up with it and goes to first, 2 outs.
That's a smart decision by Dels. She's moving to her glove side. She's a little bit off balance. Trying to get that runner at second would have been a little bit difficult. She gets the sure out at first for 2 outs for the Rise.
And so back to the top of the order, Jada Coleman to face Shanice Dels. Pops off the glove of Wong. Count 0-1. Coleman struck out looking in her first at-bat. The Oklahoma Sooner. Now 1 for 10 against the New York Rise this year. Represents a tying run with Moultrie at second, and skies it down the left field line. Long run for Treeweiler. She's there, makes the catch, and the inning is over. So after the rain delay, a couple of flyouts and a ground out, 1.5 in the books. 3-1 Rise in the Varsity Media Sports Network.
This is Doc Gittin, and you're watching the New York Rise.
Are you a local business looking for new and creative ways to promote your company? Varsity Media offers affordable rates that can get your message across to a demographic of 18 to 54 years of age. Our follower base across social media is over 50,000 strong, and our viewership numbers per game are in the thousands. Don't blow your advertising budget on old staples like TV and radio media. Reach out to Varsity Media to get the best bang for your buck.
It's time to book a Varsity Media Sportscast and get on the big stage. A Varsity Media Sportscast is seen by thousands of people, both live and on demand, from friends and family all over the world to prospective college coaches. Our announcers will help tell the story of your team and your athletes. There is no bigger stage to be on than Varsity Media. Book a sportscast today by contacting Varsity Media.
Bottom of the second inning, 3-1 Rise. Here on the Varsity Media Sports Network, Amber Pfizer back out on the mound. And a tough go of it. And a weather the storm in the first inning, and then the rain delay as well as she gets ready to start in the bottom of the second. A veteran pitcher, and I'd have to imagine that a lot of soul-searching and thinking in that hour and 9-minute delay.
Well, I think that delay could be an advantage for the Spark, right? Things weren't going their way before it. So now you have some time to regroup, reset. For Amber Pfizer, this is almost like a new game. She's only down by 2 runs. How can she adjust and pitch to these Rise hitters?
Well, she'll deal to Riley Blampede as the Rise sent 8 batters to the plate. He scored 3 times, a 2-run home run by McKenna Smith after an RBI double by Alex Honnold. 9-1-2 due up for the Rise, and Blampede, who was the everyday second baseman for the Rise, getting the start in right field, and now in the 9-hole.
And I just love that versatility. That's something that we tell young players all the time, is be able to play every single position. You want to learn how to be good infield, outfield. If you can pitch and catch, do that as well.
Attacks the first pitch, hits it on the ground to second. On the backhand, Torres, long throw, not in time. It'll be an infield single for Riley Blampede, and boy, did she need that hit in the worst way.
She chops that up the middle with just enough bounce on it that she's able to leg it out. Torres doing a great job on that backhand. Still almost had Blampede at first, but just couldn't get that throw over there in time.
So Ashley Treeweiler up to the plate. Single that came around to score in the first. Slaps the first pitch foul, 0-1. You talk about versatility, and Treeweiler, she's got power, she can slap, she can lay down a bunt. She's a complete package at the plate.
I would like to see her maybe lay down a bunt in this situation, because if she slaps, that hits that ball to the left side and you create the force out.
There is the bunt back to the circle. Pfizer's only play is to first. A low throw held on by Coleman to retire Treeweiler for out number 1. It was a close one.
I know. I love that small game, though. And Treeweiler, again, executing exactly what the game plan is there. She's going to try to bunt for hit. She has the speed to do it. But even if she is out, it's a sacrifice bunt, and she moves her teammate to second base. Just a great job by her, showing that, you know what, she can swing it, but she can also do her job and get that bunt down.
And so that'll bring up Jenna Laird. Flew out to left field her first time up. And pitch misses 1-0. Laird does a good job going to the opposite field. Not just a slapper, but can hit for power in the gaps. And something that New York really liked about her game. One of 3 Mizzou Tigers on the roster.
Amber Pfizer, a little bit disgruntled on that strike call, or lack thereof, the strike call.
I thought that she had it. Jake Garzano's behind the plate. 2-0 coming. Hit up the middle. That's through for a base hit. Blampede rounds third, slams on the break. The throw comes all the way home. Laird's going to go to second. The throw from Lee, not in time. Just gets under the tag of Torres. Heads up base running by Laird, and the Rise have runners on second and third.
For the Rise to get things going, they needed to be more aggressive on the base pass. You see that single get up the middle because Sammy Williams was in a little bit at shortstop, and Laird just being super heads up on that throw home, taking second base.
You mentioned it's the little things, and you're going to need a bunch of those little things against an ace like Pfizer. Blampede at third, Laird at second, and here's Alex Honnold. Had an RBI double her first time up. Pitch tucked up and in for ball 1.
And it's just the awareness and aggressiveness, right? As soon as she saw that ball go home, Laird takes second base. And if she would have waited any longer, she would have been out.
Count 2-0.
And now here's what this does for the Rise. You have runners on second and third, so that creates an angle down situation. Some people call it automatics. Either way, all the ball has to do is hit the ground, and both of these runners can advance.
And so that what you're saying is the running on contact.
Yes, running on contact. What you would like to see is both runners go. If you're completely out, you get in a rundown. The batter runner can get all the way to second. That runner on second base can get to third. Either way, you'd be in the same situation, but you're putting all this pressure on the defense. So when you have an angle down situation, which is runners on second and third with less than 2 outs, you go on contact, and it opens up a lot of things for the base runners.
And there you see the runners there, so you're right. So Laird definitely with speed at second base and Blampede at third base. And Honnold's got some wheels as well. And I think that was a veteran timeout call by Haley Lee. Saw that Pfizer was frustrated with the home plate umpire, Jake Garzano, so goes out there trying to calm her down and keep this a 3-1 game.
Yeah, in those situations, you just need your head to be present, right? And it's really hard because if you're not getting the calls that you want and you have to lay the ball over the plate, it gets a little frustrating.
Well, that's ball 4, and the bases are loaded.
I like the patience there as well. You can see that Pfizer is a little bit unnerved, so how are you going to capitalize on that too? Again, Oklahoma City doesn't make a lot of mistakes. They are so solid offensively and defensively, so any little kink in the armor, you have to attack it.
Well, McKenna Smith takes a strike on the outer half. 0-1. So 2 walks against Pfizer as Smith, a 2-run home run in her first at-bat. It was her 4th home run of the season. Well, the base is full of Rise. The 0-1. 1-1.
And the reason Pfizer is going to get frustrated because Smith is somebody who has a lot of power. You have the bases loaded and you're throwing that ball on the outside part of the plate. That makes it more difficult for Smith to hit. If you don't get that call, you have to bring it over.
1-1. Fisted foul.
I think double play wants everybody to make some noise.
We haven't seen Pfizer really go inside on batters, particularly to right-handers. At the infield in, I guess trying to jam Smith and try and at least get the lead runner out at home. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. The pitch, that's inside. She dances out of the way, 2-2.
And she does throw that ball really well on the outside part of it, and it is so fast that it makes it a little bit more difficult for hitters to hit it. I like that she came inside there. Now that can set up that outside pitch.
2-2. That's low, 3-2. So Smith fell behind, 0-2, 3 straight out of the zone. A prime opportunity for the Rise to open things up against one of the best pitchers in the league.
It's all about those quality at-bats, and Smith is having one of those right now.
A shake-off, then an agreement. Here's a 3-2. Line foul.
And you can tell that Smith is really seeing the ball well. Those foul balls are straight back into the netting, so you know her timing is there. She's just a little bit underneath it.
Smith, 2-time NFCA, third-team All-American, first-team All-Pac-12 in 2022 at Cal Berkeley. The pitch inside, ball 4. She's walked in a run. Blampede comes in to score. Laird to third, Honnold up to second, and Smith is on. Well, 3 RBIs, and that'll bring up Sammy Williams.
And now if you're Sammy Williams, you have to have that patience at the plate. Yes, you want to be aggressive. 1 out, bases loaded, but you're not swinging unless it is your perfect pitch. You can tell that Pfizer's a little bit frustrated. She's not getting those calls she wanted on the outside part of the plate. She didn't get that one on the inside part of the plate. So now you have to make her bring it to you. The only pitch you're swinging at is the one that you can crush in the gap.
So that's Jaden Wallace out there trying to calm down Pfizer and settle down the infield as well. 3 runs in the first, 1 in the second, and the Rise still threatening.
And here's the thing, though. It's only the bottom of the second inning. There is a lot of softball left to be played. And Amber Pfizer is not missing by much. Those pitches are right on the edges of the strike zone. So I think if she just moves those slightly, she's going to be right back in this game.
First pitch to Williams, cracked in the air, deep right field, chasing back Malawalu. It's over her head and goes all the way to the wall. Laird is in to score. Honnold's right behind her. They're going to send home Smith to throw to the plate, and she's tagged out at the plate. 2 runs come in on the 2 RBI double by Sammy Williams. She goes to third on the throw. And the Rise put up another crooked number. They go up 6-1.
Look, I said Sammy Williams could only swing at the pitches that she knew she could crush in the gap, and that was certainly one right there. It's up on the outside part of the plate. She just goes with it perfectly to bring some of her Rise players home.
9-4-2 on the putout.
The catcher, number 66, Caroline Wong.
There's Caroline Wong ahead in the count, 1-0. Rounded out into a fielder's choice her last time up. Well, the Rise not showing any pause after the rain delay. Keeping their foot on the gas. 1-1 to Wong. 2-1. Changeup back to the mound over the glove of Pfizer and into center field. It's a base hit. Sammy Williams come on down. That makes it 7-1, an RBI single for Caroline Wong.
I like that Amber Pfizer has been trying to mix in speeds here because the Rise have been on her fast stuff, but Wong doing a really good job of just keeping her hands back on that off-speed pitch, just driving it right back where it came from.
So Nicole Mendez was announced at the plate. And it looks like we'll have a substitution. Definitely Pfizer. Her day is done as Amber Flores back out there giving Jake Garzano the changes. And we'll see, but an uncharacteristic night for Amber Pfizer as Keely Rochard, the Virginia Tech product, comes on to try and keep this a 7-1 game. You're watching AFP Softball on the Varsity Media Sports Network.
This is Doc Gooden, and you're watching Varsity Media.
Are you a local business looking for new and creative ways to promote your company? Varsity Media offers affordable rates that can get your message across to a demographic of 18 to 54 years of age. Our follower base across social media is over 50,000 strong, and our viewership numbers per game are in the thousands. Don't blow your advertising budget on old staples like TV and radio media. Reach out to Varsity Media to get the best bang for your buck.
It's time to book a Varsity Media Sportscast and get on the big stage. A Varsity Media Sportscast is seen by thousands of people, both live and on demand, from friends and family all over the world to prospective college coaches. Our announcers will help tell the story of your team and your athletes. There is no bigger stage to be on than Varsity Media. Book a sportscast today by contacting Varsity Media.
Keely Richard, the new pitcher for Oklahoma City out of Virginia Tech, the former Hokie. Tasked to come on in a 7-1 Rise lead in the bottom of the second inning. Caroline Wong's RBI single extended the lead. She's now at first base, and here's Nicole Mendez. And Mendez takes on the outer half for a strike, 0-1.
You know, we've seen a lot of walks the last two nights. That's really great start by Keely Richard, getting that first pitch strike in her first pitch of her appearance here tonight. And that's something that both of these pitchers will need to do.
Check swing. I don't think Mendez was intending to hit it and fouls it off, but you're right. For Richard, 1-1 on the year, a 9.95 ERA. She's given up 18 runs in her 6 appearances thus far. 9 walks, 18 strikeouts. But a pitcher that relies on hitters to chase. Ahead in the count, 0-2 to Mendez. Swing and a miss. Blew a Rise by her, and the inning is over. A 4 spot for the Rise. 2 innings in the books. 7-1 New York on the Varsity Media Sports Network.
It's time to book a Varsity Media Sportscast and get on the big stage. A Varsity Media Sportscast is seen by thousands of people, both live and on demand, from friends and family all over the world to prospective college coaches. Our announcers will help tell the story of your team and your athletes. There is no bigger stage to be on than Varsity Media. Book a sportscast today by contacting Varsity Media.
Hey parents, how about a bobblehead for your athlete? Bobbleheads are one of the most preferred personalized gift items today, and it's so easy to order. All you need is a photo of your athlete, a model number from our extensive collection of bobbleheads, and the sculpting process begins. 2 proofs are sent for your approval, and once it's approved, in a few weeks, your bobblehead is on the way. It's that simple. Order your bobblehead today by logging into varsitymediapass.com and click catalogs, or call 516-403-2050. How do you keep your customers happy? Free hot dogs by Double Play. Maria, if you could put your hands down there for the spectators.
Honestly, John, if Double Play throws one up here, and it's between me or you who's going to get that, I will easily steal that hot dog.
I see the look in your eyes. I'm not doubting that.
I'm waving up here. I think that Double Play sees me. I think he may throw me a hot dog.
Well, let's see.
Nope.
No, missed it by that much.
I missed it by a lot, unfortunately, but one day he will throw me a hot dog.
Don't worry, Maria. You'll eat tonight, eventually.
Eventually.
Well, here's Shanice Dels. Back out on the mound for a third inning of work, dealing a 2-3-4 in the Spark order. Haley Lee reached on a walk and was thrown out on the base paths in the first inning.
You know, Del started that first inning. She had a little bit of control issues. We talked about her getting that rise ball started lower in the zone. She's starting to settle in right now. You see that pitch right there. Begins around the shin, rises in for a strike.
Dels gets the sign, 0-2, and bounces it 1-2. Lee came into the game hitting .333 with 4 home runs and 14 RBI. She's got 6 extra base hits on the season. Behind in the count 1-2. Now 2-2.
How about Wong back there, though, with such great glove work, keeping that ball in front? I mean, there's no runners on base right now, but that becomes so crucial as there will be in the future innings.
Topped on the ground foul to McKenna Smith, the usual everyday catcher. And the Rise have actually had an embarrassment of riches in that catcher spot. Mary Iacopo, who was with the team for 2 weeks, no longer with the team, but obviously an All-American from Texas. And someone we haven't seen yet in this series is Ryan Henry, of course, the Big East champion from Villanova, and a fantastic player in her own right. The issue is with catchers, though, that you can't rotate them in and out.
But I think it's so important to have that luxury, right? Because when you talk about players just getting beat up at certain positions, catcher is certainly one of them. They do all of the dirty work. They're blocking balls. They're making sure that they're calling the games as they're supposed to. They're hyping up their pitchers. So you need some more in a rotation.
It's a third strikeout for Dels. 1 up, 1 down to begin the third, and it's Kinsey Hansen. She is a natural catcher as well, but is the DP tonight. And what a fun story for Kinsey Hansen, who had a obligation in Chicago yesterday. So was not with the team, flew back to New York today, and now is in the starting lineup, the DP, and she came around to score after reaching on a fielder's choice in the first.
And I think it's just so impressive what these women do, right? The fact that they are looking to try to grow the game. Kinsey Hansen putting on a softball clinic in Chicago, then coming back here to just play some more softball. I think it shows their dedication to their craft, right? Like, she wants to be here for her team. She wants to play and do well, but she also wants to give back to the younger girls who love this game so much. And so kudos to you, Kinsey Hansen. I don't think I could get off a plane and play a couple minutes, a couple hours later.
Well, and of course, if you're keeping the flight track, so it's OKC to New York, to then to Chicago, and then back to New York.
Yes.
So that's 4 flights in a span of 2 days. And pitch misses on the inside corner, 2-2.
I'm thinking about when I complain about getting off a singular flight to then maybe go on vacation. And I'm like, oh my goodness, that was so difficult. How about getting off a flight coaching, getting off a flight playing softball?
2-2's in the dirt. No, you're right. She's certainly cut from a different cloth. Bill's trying to put her away. The payoff pitch, low, ball 4. That's her 4th free pass. A 1-out base runner for Alina Torres.
You know, as we said earlier, it's only the top of the 3rd inning. So Oklahoma wants to get themselves back in this game. How do you do that? With base runners. It doesn't always have to be a hit. It can be a good at-bat from Kinsey Hansen that gets a runner on first base.
You know, and that's something that Oklahoma City did yesterday so well, is get traffic on the base paths. And, you know, as many base runners as they had, they still left 9 runners on base at the end of 7 innings last night. We count 1-1 on the inside fastball. Two and 1.
And even though they're behind, that discipline stays, right? So they're taking the pitches that Dels is throwing in the dirt and just letting them go by, right? They need the base runners. They're still working counts despite being down by 6 runs.
And now 3-1, and you're right, they've been very selective. Yesterday, drew 7 walks as a team, only struck out twice. Team that collectively is hitting .250. That's right back up the box. Backhanded by Laird. They try to get the out at second, but not in time. And so should go down as an E4 as Hansen gets in safely at second and Torres on at first.
You know, it's tough because I feel like right off the bat I thought this was a clean single up the middle, but Laird is just so athletic and quick. The fact that she gets there is really impressive. The only thing is, didn't get the glove down where she needed it, didn't finish the play.
So here's Yvonne Whaley, an RBI single to left her first time up. Whaley now 4 hits in 8 at-bats against New York this year. She's been a lot of fun to watch. You know, was the starting shortstop yesterday. Then had to move into right field. Cut on and missed 1 and 2.
I mean, she's so athletic, so she can do that, right? She knows how to play that middle infield, and then she adjusts to the outfield. But the biggest thing for me with Yvonne Whaley is the way that she swings the bat. She's just so aggressively disciplined, if that makes sense. She knows what pitches she can drive, so she goes with those. But until she gets that pitch, she's taking. And I think that's why we've seen her have success, and that's why she's hitting where she is and the way that she is for the Spark.
Decorated career at Pittsburgh, 2023 All-ACC first team and All-Region first team by NFCA, and shoots it foul. And the bat stays alive.
I like when Dels comes into those left-handed hitters because it makes it really difficult for them to get the barrel to the ball. You see Whaley just poking that over to the left field side. I would love if Dels used that pitch again.
Well, she does go the opposite way, but bloops it over to Sammy Williams, who hauls it in. 2 down.
You see some of those weak pop-ups coming from Dels, just creating those with that spin on that rise ball. These Oklahoma hitters, when they are swinging at it, are getting underneath it a little bit.
Chloe Malaulu struck out swinging her first at-bat and gets a good rip at a first pitch rise, 0-1. Malaulu from Long Beach, California. And 250 on the year, a home run and 4 RBIs. And that RBI single last night for OKC. An opportunity to cut into the 7-1 deficit. But Dels ahead, 0-2.
And that's been the difference from her first inning to these next 2, is just getting ahead in the count.
Looking for a second straight scoreless frame. Dels a couple of shakeoffs, and time is called. Oh, 2. Hammered foul. Second game of 6 for the 6-game homestand for New York. As it's right back to the mound, Dels gobbles it up and lobs it over to first, and the inning is over. So they leave the couple of base runners, but Shanice Dels is through 3 on the Varsity Media Sports Network.
When it comes to live streaming, Varsity Media does it all. Athletic events, concerts, musicals, graduations, even weddings. Trust Varsity Media when it comes to your live stream event. Contact us today to learn more about Varsity Media's live streaming services at 516-403-2050 or email ben@varsitymedia.net.
Are you a local business looking for new and creative ways to promote your company? Varsity Media offers affordable rates that can get your message across to a demographic of 18 to 54 years of age. Our follower base across social media is over 50,000 strong, and our viewership numbers per game are in the thousands. Don't blow your advertising budget on old staples like TV and radio media. Reach out to Varsity Media to get the best bang for your buck. Bottom of the 3rd inning, 7-1. The lead for the New York Rise. That's a bad moon horizon. Did you know the moon is made of cheese?
Really?
Yeah.
I think that you're just getting hungry like I am, and so you're making another food reference, which is it's kind of killing me because I really want a soft pretzel.
Same here. Hey, teams, let Varsity Media help bring your games to life with our sportscast. From multiple camera angles, play-by-play coverage, instant replay graphics, and more, Varsity Media is ready to broadcast your sport. With a YouTube channel of over 33,000 subscribers and 6 million views of our content, that's a lot of eyeballs to help you get noticed. Contact us today to learn more at varsitymedia.net or any social media channel at Varsity Media. She's the very famished Fordham Ram, Maria Trivalpiece, excuse me. I'm John Perez, and Lenny Malkin steps up to the plate against Keely Rochard, who came on in relief and struck out the only batter that she faced to end the second inning. That saw the Rise score 4 runs against Amber Pfizer. And Pfizer went an inning and 2/3, giving up 7 runs on 8 hits. 3 walks, no strikeouts, but Rochard, a good repertoire as well, and that riser, the top of the marquee for that repertoire.
I love watching her throw that rise ball because it just jumps so much and it spins so tightly. We saw her get Nicole Mendez with it last inning, but what makes it so good is the way that she sets it up. She has this curveball and this drop ball that she'll start ahead in the counts, and then she'll throw that rise ball that you just can't lay off of.
Lenny Malkin flew out to right in her only at bat. And the pitch dips a little low, 2-1.
And so as a hitter, you have to know that, right? You know that she's going to come with that rise ball when she has you when you are behind in the count. And so I think it's picking the right pitches to hit, zoning down, hitting maybe that curve or that drop instead of trying to chase the rise.
Curls in there for a strike, 2-2.
And
has a good cut fastball as well.
Yeah, she has movement on that too. It looks like it's going to come in and hit you and then just moves right across the plate.
Lee wants it up. As Rochard gets ready for the 2-2. Looped down the right field line, dunking foul.
And I think another thing that makes it so effective is that she has the ability to start it in different areas, right? So she can start it at your ankles and rise it into the zone. If she's ahead in the count, we saw her use that one against Nicole Mendez where it started right about Mendez's chest and just rose over the bat. And so I think that makes it even more lethal because you can utilize that rise ball in a bunch of different spots across the plate.
2-2. It's lifted down the left field line. Moultrie is there, has to play it on a hop. And it's a leadoff single for Lenny Malkin.
How about Lenny Malkin, though? This pitch just up and inside, able to get her hands high enough so that she doesn't pop out. Just bloops in for a single. That's a really good piece of hitting, especially with 2 strikes.
Malkin's got a lot of power. Of course, a decorated career at Arkansas. Already has 2 home runs in the season so far. And here's Riley Blampede, reached on an infield single and lines it foul. 0-1.
I like the aggressiveness there, too. I think that was something that was missing from the Rise's game last night. They weren't attacking, not only at the plate, also on the base pass. You see them running more aggressively now at the plate as well, just taking some good hacks early in the count.
Nothing in 2. She dots it on the outside corner.
Riley Blampede didn't seem to like that call too much.
Rochard ahead in the count, nothing in 2. Popped up, over us, and out of play.
It's a great job by Blampede just to fight that pitch off. It's definitely not an easy one with the way it's spinning, especially in on the hands. She lives to fight another day.
And the upped velocity as well. Oh, 2 coming. 1-2.
That was certainly an 0-2 race pitch if I ever saw one. Way on the upper and out part of the plate.
1-2. Check swing. She goes around. Lee keeps it in front of her. That allows Malkin to go to second, but Blampede is out. pick your poison there. You get the strikeout, but the runner moves up 60 feet, and that brings up Ashley Trewiler with a runner at scoring position and 1 out.
It's not the worst situation with Ashley Trewiler up to bat and a runner in scoring position, and that was really good heads-up base running over there by Lenny Malkin. If your teammate's going to strike out, you might as well make the most of it, right?
Trewiler's made the most out of pitching this year. Slapped a single up the middle in the first inning, came around to score, then laid down a sac bunt in her last at-bat. Officially 1 for 1. And because of that bunt, Sydney Sherrill at third base creeps in.
Not only is Sydney Sherrill creeped in, you see the middle infielders have to pull in a little bit as well because Trewiler has shown that she can also slap. So you have to be prepared for everything. Now, what does that do for Trewiler? Well, it opens up a lot more gaps. So if she does hit something hard that maybe would have been at an infielder, they might be too far in. That's now a single.
2-1 as that pitch just misses.
The outfield is pretty much at normal depth for Trewiler as well, which I like that decision from them because you know that she can swing it. But certainly on the infield, if she hits something hard in the ground, there's a lot more space for her to get it through.
2-1. That's scalded in the air, deep center field. Back goes Moultrie, looking up, it's gone! A 2-run home run for Ashley Trewiler. That's her 3rd home run of the year. And the Rise go up 9-1.
Well, I said that if Ashley Trewiler hits it hard on the ground, there's a lot of openings in that infield. But she didn't have to use a single opening because she takes a Rise ball that just laid a little too flat, gets her hands high to it, and crushed it over that center field fence. You'll see it here again. Michelle Moultrie going back, but she knows that she had no chance on that ball. Ashley Trewiler just continuing her dominance in this league.
So that leads to another mound visit by Jaden Wallace. Well, if this is your first time watching AFP softball, they do play by a number of college rules, but not the mercy rule. So we've seen earlier this year for the Rise a 14-4 win over the Florida Vibe. They led by 11 at one point in that game, but kept playing. It was a 10-run decision by the Rise through 7 innings, and now Keely Rochard serves up a 2-run home run herself, and Jenna Laird steps up to the plate, 1 for 2 on the day.
And, you know, we did have a rain delay earlier today, so what's the cliche? When it rains, it pours, and that's certainly what is happening for this Rise offense today.
This is the most runs that the Rise have scored in a game since July 12th, last Friday, when they won 12-7, but now the 4th time this season that they've scored 8 or more runs in a game.
And this is what you need. You know, you've lost 6 of your last 7. You just need a little bit of a spark to get things going, and the Rise putting up a 9 spot here, certainly helpful.
Yeah, 3 in the first, 4 in the second, and now 2 in the third.
You get to do it in front of a home crowd, right? There's a lot of energy here. Even though we had the delay, people stayed. Everybody's excited. Double plays throwing out hot dogs. All of the good things.
That's why everyone has to come down to Bill Edwards Stadium. It's been a lot of fun. That pitch misses low, ball 4. So Laird's aboard. The first free pass by Richard, and Alex Honnold will step up to the plate. Of course, on Taylor Swift night, they were promised a post-game concert as well, and it's not a school night anymore.
I know.
Gets off the glove of Lee. Laird goes to second.
You know, I really envy the young girls of today because, I mean, summer softball in New York, you maybe get to relax all day, then you get to go to the ballpark with your friends, you wear your team's jersey, you're getting hot dogs, you're getting to watch some of the best players in the world compete, and then you get to watch a Taylor Swift concert? What?
They've had it all, and so has Alex Honnold. RBI double in the first, walked and came around to score. Both times today, at 2 of the 9 runs, is at the plate in Honnold. And the count 2-1. Here comes the 2-1. And that pitch just misses. The count 3-1.
Even though the Rise is up 9-1, they're still being patient at the plate, looking for pitches that they can drive.
Well, looking to drive this 3-1 pitch. Rashad to Honnold. Low. Outside, ball 4. Second straight walk. We'll put runners on first and second. And bring up McKenna Smith.
That's certainly not somebody that you want to bring to the plate, especially with runners in scoring position, with multiple runners on the base pass. But here we are again with a Rise offense that has just been firing on all cylinders.
2-run home run in the first. Walked and almost came around to score. Was thrown out at the plate on the 2 RBI double by Sammy Williams. One-0 stays inside. So command has been an issue for Rochard in this inning. And Smith, who's very selective. You give her the green light on 2-0?
Yes.
And takes all the way, 2-1.
And normally I wouldn't say that, but especially in a game like this, it's 9-1, right? You want to get your hacks in. So these are the kinds of games where you're trying to see what you can hit, what your strengths are. She's been seeing the ball so well. 2-0, runners in scoring position. I'm giving her the green light.
2-1's in the dirt. 3-1.
And I don't know if you were going to ask me this question, but I'm giving her the green light on 3-1 as well. When you have a lead like this, you want to be aggressive.
Shard comes home with it. That's high, ball 4. So 3 straight walks. Issued by Rochard. The bases are loaded. And that brings up the dangerous Sammy Williams.
And it's really tough in these situations, right? Because you're already on your second pitcher if you're Oklahoma City. There's still another game to play tomorrow. So are you going to go to your bullpen again? Are you going to maybe bring someone back in? There's all of these different possible scenarios, but it's still so early, so it's hard to make those decisions.
Yeah, you've got Alex Storako as well as Donnie Goburn. 2 options out of the pen for Oklahoma City, although I'm sure Amber Flores might have allocated them for either a late game situation or tomorrow. Sammy Williams, 2 hits on the day. And the count even at 1-1.
And it's hard because you do have some great arms in the bullpen, but you're trying to be strategic about it, right? You don't want to go to it too soon. You want to see if Rashard can get out of this inning.
1-1 pitch. Topped foul. And then the other thing, too, that Flores probably didn't take into account, and you don't blame her, is that Pfizer would be hit in the manner that she was.
Yeah, especially with how hard she throws and how successful she's been this season. You don't really anticipate that.
It just misses. 2-2.
And it's hard because it all comes back to command. That has been the storyline for both teams this whole series, right? Yesterday, New York struggled with finding the strike zone. Even Dels in that first inning struggled a little bit. And now you see these Oklahoma City pitchers doing a little bit more of the same.
That's way outside, and the count's full.
And especially at this level, it becomes so much more difficult because I've said it so many times already on this broadcast, but you are trying to paint those corners because anything over the part of, like, even just a small heat part of the plate, these hitters are going to capitalize on.
Payoff pitch, swing and a miss, got her to chase. Strike 3, and down goes Williams.
And that's the rise ball that I want to see from Keely Richard, right? She does such a good job of moving that ball, making it jump, but she can't throw it if she's behind in the count. So we haven't seen it a ton yet because she's been behind a little bit too much.
Let's see that rise again.
This on the outside part of the plate just spins away. It has a little bit of a curve to it as well. So much good movement. She needs to use it when she's ahead.
Caroline Wong attacks the first pitch and floats it foul. 0-1. Wong, the 8th hitter to the plate from Paris, Tennessee. Second game with the squad after signing with the team over the weekend. An RBI single to center her last time up. And the count 0-2.
I like the response from Keely Richard, right? So she has the bases loaded, then she strikes out Sammy Williams with that good rise ball. Now she comes back on Wong, and she's ahead 0-2. Guess what? Now she can use that pitch that works so well for her.
Bases full of rise, the 0-2. Struck her out. Well, she loaded the bases but got herself out of it. But not after giving up a 2-run home run to Ashley Treeweiler. Through 3, 9-1 rise on the Varsity Media Sports Network.
This is Doc Ginn, and you're watching the New York Rise.
Are you a local business looking for new and creative ways to promote your company? Varsity Media offers affordable rates that can get your message across to a demographic of 18 to 54 years of age. Our follower base across social media is over 50,000 strong, and our viewership numbers per game are in the thousands. Don't blow your advertising budget on old staples like TV and radio media. Reach out to Varsity Media to get the best bang for your buck.
It's time to book a Varsity Media Sportscast and get on the big stage. A Varsity Media Sportscast is seen by thousands of people, both live and on demand, from friends and family all over the world to prospective college coaches. Our announcers will help tell the story of your team and your athletes. There is no bigger stage to be on than Varsity Media. Book a sportscast today by contacting Varsity Media.
New York Rise fans, at this time we'd like to acknowledge our good friends at Hofstra, New Balance, Wilson Azur Transportation, Vincent's Clam Bar of Long Island, Eric Cole Salon, Polsky Sports and Entertainment, Print Station, Catcher Matrix, and Lululemon. We appreciate all that you do to help support pro women's softball in New York. Rise up. New York has risen to the occasion tonight. Maria Trival-Piece, a 9-1 lead going into the 4th inning. And Shanice Dels, after the delay, has settled down. She's thrown back-to-back scoreless innings.
Well, I think a big part of that has been that her offense has really stepped up for her, right? So you're able to pitch with a little less pressure, a little bit more free when you have a lead. And, you know, that's something that New York hasn't had in the last couple of games. They've been struggling a little bit. So now Shanice Dels gets a lead. She's pitching a little bit more freely. She's got some great spin on her pitches, getting ahead in counts, and she's going to look to keep that going here for the Rise.
Well, the leadoff hitter is the reigning MVP of the league, Sydney Sherrill. 7-8-9 due up for the Spark. Sydney Sherrill, Michelle Moultrie, and Rachel Becker.
Third baseman number 24, Sydney Sherrill.
And the first pitch, Rise, misses upstairs for ball 1. Dels has gone 3+ innings, has given up a run on 1 hit. Walked 4, struck out 3. And now the count 2-0 as that misses low. Wind's starting to pick up as that's driven to deep left field, and it sails out of here. How about that? Against the wind, Sydney Sherrill goes deep, gets a run back for OKC. And for Sherrill, that's her 3rd home run of the year, makes it 9-2.
This is just a beautiful piece of hitting from Sydney Sherrill. That ball is on the outside part of the plate, and she does exactly what you're supposed to do, waits on it, and just goes with it. That ball is laced. Beautiful job by Sydney Sherrill.
Center fielder number 16.
Sherrill's 2nd time that she's gone deep against the Rise this year.
I mean, she has such a pretty swing, right? There's not a lot of movement until she actually starts to activate that lower half. She's able to hit on both sides of the plate. goes with it, pulls the ball well as well. I just love watching her hit, and there's a reason why she was MVP last year.
100%, and Defensive Player of the Year as well. Here's Michelle Moultrie, walked in her first at-bat. And ahead in the count, 2-0. Moultrie up the middle, off the knee of Dels, and that'll be a base hit. As Moultrie rounds first and stays over there. And back-to-back hits against Dels, and now obviously the attention goes to Dels, and see where it hit her. She's pointing to that shin, right shin.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't feel good. Michelle Moultrie just ripped that one right back up the middle. Dels really didn't have any time to react, but looks like she's shaking it off. There's my Taylor Swift reference for the night. I had a coach who used to tell me to rub some dirt on it. I think that is the key to saving all softball injuries.
Yes, and no ice either.
No ice. Who needs ice when you have dirt?
That's right. Well, Rachel Becker takes outside 1-0. Becker ground out her first time up. That's line foul into the dugout. Almost took out one of our own as well.
It's a dangerous job manning those cameras, right?
Yeah.
Especially on the foul lines. I remember I've seen cameramen and women catch the ball. I saw a cameraman save a sideline reporter a little bit ago, just putting his hand up and catching it. We love to see it.
Well, there's Becca Kazaks over there in the third. Becca, give us a wave. I know she could hear us. There it is. Becca, a heck of a field hockey player back in the day, right here for Hofstra. And now an assistant coach at Cold Spring Harbor, the Nassau runner-ups.
See, that's why she didn't flinch. She played field hockey. She's tough. She's not afraid of a softball.
No, she's a warrior. But if you get an insect in front of her, I've never seen her run fast in my life.
You know, we all have our fears. That's fine.
Lifted foul.
So you're saying you wouldn't be afraid of the insect, but you would be afraid of the softball coming at you 80, 90 miles an hour?
My fears are more like rodents and heights.
Okay. How do you drive over all the bridges then? Does that count as a height, or is that a different fear?
No, it's like roller coasters, airplanes.
Oh,
like
gotcha.
But I'm getting better with the roller coasters.
Okay. I don't like roller coasters either, so.
Oh, man, what a shame. You're not far from Hershey Park, I'm imagining.
No. Or Dorney Park. Are you familiar with Dorney Park?
Of course.
Yeah.
See, we get all the commercials here in New York. To go travel out.
Got you. Yeah, yep. Close to Dorney, but I don't go on roller coasters. I also struggle with waiting in line for like 2 hours for something that's like 30 seconds to a minute long.
Well, that's just because you're impatient.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Becker's pretty patient there. She works the walk. Fifth walk issued by Dels. And the first three hitters are aboard. And Crash McCray comes out. Talk over to Dels and try and settle her down.
You have to have this conversation here if you're Coach McCray because, look, I know you have a 7-run lead, but the big thing that we've talked about this entire night is the strength of this Oklahoma City lineup, and it looks like we're going to have a change here.
Yeah, Dels will go to the dugout, and a new pitcher coming up for the Rise when we come back on the Varsity Media Sports Network. You're watching Varsity Media, New York's high school sports network.
Hey parents, Varsity Media is now offering ISO video of just your athlete. Why settle for the wide angle that shows every player on the field? With our ISO video, your athlete is front and center the entire game. This footage will help in creating highlight videos for college coaches to better pinpoint your athlete's play on the field. Watching our video will help your athlete improve progressively throughout the season and may lead to a college scholarship. Varsity Media is now booking ISO videos for the fall, but spots are limited. Contact us today for football, soccer, field hockey, and volleyball by calling 516-403-2050 or emailing ben@varsitymedia.net.
Courtney Weish comes on in relief. The fire thrower for the New York Rise. Pitch last night went 3 2/3 in relief. Scoreless innings, gave up 2 hits, 1 walk, and 1 strikeout. And now with a 7-run lead, has runners on first and second with nobody out for the top of the order, Jada Coleman. But you've had some experience competing against Courtney Weish, and you said straight gas, homie.
So luckily, I've had some experience competing with Courtney Weish where I got to be in the outfield behind her, thankfully. But I remember the first time I ever saw her pitch, I just turned to my sister. I was in center. My sister wasn't right, and I said, that is, as you just said, straight gas. She throws so hard, and that's going to be one of her strengths when she's throwing against these Oklahoma City hitters. Again, it's what we've been saying all these pitchers need to focus on is hitting those corners, having that control. But when she has it in there, it is so fast, John, and that's why she's effective.
Well, here's Jada Coleman, 0 for 2 on the day. First batter that Weish faces out of the pen. This inning started with a solo home run by Sydney Sherrill. Then Michelle Moultrie had an infield single. And Rachel Becker worked the walk.
And that's why I like bringing Weish in out of the bullpen, because you're not going to have anybody who throws harder than her, right? So you'll start with a spinny pitcher or even somebody who throws hard but just not as hard as her. So that really keeps hitters' timing off balance.
And pitch just misses 1-1. Weish, a couple of shakeoffs. And continues to nibble and not getting the chase. And that's the one thing, I guess, about a fastball is you're not going to get a lot of hitters to chase because they have to process that the heater's coming in. 2-1. It drops on the outside corner, 2-2.
And that's one thing that we haven't even talked about yet with Courtney Weish is she does have an off-speed pitch, right? She threw that right there. So when you're talking about timing, when somebody's throwing in the high 60s, low 70s, maybe even faster, you throw an off-speed that makes it incredibly difficult to get your timing down.
2-2 wave and a miss. Struck her out. Second time that Coleman's gone down via the strikeout. And there's one away for Haley Lee.
Just a great sequence there from Courtney Weish. She starts with the fast stuff, takes a little bit off it again, finally gets Coleman to chase. You see this one on the lower outside part of the plate. A little bit of jump there at the end as well.
Lee skies the first pitch foul out of play, 0-1.
She also works incredibly fast, right? She doesn't waste a lot of time taking that signal. She is right back on the mound. Anything to disrupt a hitter's timing.
She led the Big Ten in strikeouts this year, parlayed into a Big Ten all-second team selection and Big Ten all-tournament team as well. I know you've done a bunch of the write-ups for USA Softball, and you were saying that there were a couple of players from the Big Ten that you could just pencil in who was going to be Player of the Week, Pitcher of the Week, and whatever accolade there was.
Absolutely.
1-1. That's low. You knew that Oklahoma City would fight back. Lee with one swing of the bat could make this a brand new ball game. Pitch. That's cracked in the air, deep left field. Chasing back, Treeweiler. It's gone. A 3-run home run. Haley Lee has gone deep again. It's her 5th home run of the season, and that makes it 9-5.
Haley Lee just has the Rise's number. Here's one thing about somebody who throws hard. You don't have to put a lot behind it to make it go far, but Haley Lee completely crushes this ball high and far over that left field wall. What did you say right before that, John? This Oklahoma City team is not going to go away. They've cut the deficit to just 4 runs now.
Well, we know that there are showers in the forecast, and that might make them come a little bit earlier. As Kinsey Hansen steps up to the plate. Lee is just locked in right now. Hansen reached on a fielder's choice and walked in 2 plate appearances against starter Shanice Dels, who was responsible for All 5 of those runs, or excuse me, 4 of the 5 runs. Cannon on the outside corner, 0-1.
I love the fight, though, from Oklahoma City, because you might look at a 9-1 score and be like, oh, yep, let's just quit, right? Absolutely not. They were patient. They got runners on base, and then one big swing in the back from Haley Lee. And that's why they're as successful as they have been in this league. They just have great players, but they also have so much grit and fight.
Yeah, 9-game winning streak. And we're pushed against the canvas today. 1-1 pitch. 2-1. Two-one pitch. Make it 3-1.
You know, you saw that big swing from Haley Lee. The last time that she played the Rise, she was 3 for 6. She had 4 RBIs and 2 walks. Yesterday, she was 1 for 3 with a double and 2 RBIs. Here tonight, she has the big home run swing and a walk already on the night. Something about her playing this New York team.
Well, Hansen gives us one a ride to right center field on a dive. Honnold can't make the play. Hansen's thinking 3. The relay throw, not in time. It's a triple for Kinsey Hansen. And the 3rd extra base hit of the inning for the Spark.
Kinsey Hansen gets on a plane, goes and teaches a clinic, gets off a plane, comes to New York, and then hits a triple. She really legs that out. I love the aggressiveness on the base pass. That pitch was on the inside part of the plate. She kept her hands inside the ball and lofts it just far enough into that right center field gap for it to get down. Kinsey Hansen doing it all in a single day.
Including shopping at the gap, as now New York will send out Tony Marie Valerio to try and calm down Courtney Weiss. Valerio, the pitching coach for New York, and had a great career at Queens College from Farmingdale. And the pitching coach for the inaugural season for the Rise.
I don't think that it's time yet for the Rise to panic, right? You're still up by 4 runs. Now, we've seen this Oklahoma City Spark team. They have such a potent offense. 4 runs is probably not as big of a lead as it would be against some other opponents. But I do like that mound visit there. You're trying to calm everyone down. Courtney Weiss still doing a really good job. She's hitting her spots. Just a couple of balls got squared up, right? So just keep hitting those spots, keep throwing your speed, and you're going to be fine.
I think the one area that could cause some alarm is that the lower third of the order it got around on Delson Weiss, but it's interesting with the depth of this team that the bottom 3 hitters could be in the meat of the order for any other lineup.
You never get a break, right? So you pitch to Haley Lee. She hits a 3-run home run, and who do you have to face next is Kinsey Hansen. There's just never a time to breathe at any part of this Oklahoma City order.
Count now 0-2 to Elena Torres.
But that's the exciting part, right? That's why we play softball. That's why you get excited to have the opportunity to be a professional softball player, because you want to play that best competition. Courtney Weiss, she's a competitor. She decided to play pro because she wanted to be in moments like this.
0-2. A little low. 1-2. Torres looking for her first hit against New York this year. That would make it a 9-6 game. Hitless in 6 at-bats. Lined, caught by Malkin. Queen size out, number 2.
That was one of those where you really don't have a lot of time to react. You see Linny Malkin catches this almost on the inside part of her thumb. I'm sure it didn't feel too good, but nonetheless gets the out.
Well, she's got good hands over there, and it's like catching a low throw. That's probably coming in at 80 miles an hour. Here's Yvonne Whaley. 8th batter up this inning, attacks the first pitch, and slaps it foul, 0-1.
Oklahoma City has adjusted, though. You've seen that Courtney Weiss does try to get ahead on those hitters. That first pitch has been a strike for her. So Oklahoma City, what do? They're attacking that first pitch strike.
A 1. That's lined into left center field, down for a base hit. Kinsey Hansen comes in to score as Yvonne Whaley's RBI single makes it 9-6, her second run driven in today.
Yvonne Whaley has just an effortless swing, right? She never tries to do too much with any of the pitches that she sees. This ball right on the outside part of the plate keeps her hands back and goes with it, able to drive that run, and that's all she needed to do.
I'm going to bring up Chloe Moa'alu. Takes high, 1-0. Moa'alu 0 for 2 on the day. Strikeout and a ground out. 5 runs in the fourth for OKC. Check swing, but in there for a strike regardless, 1-1.
There's where that heat comes into play. Hitters not having enough time to adjust to it.
Pitch lays off, 2-1. Two-one hit on the ground at third. That's a foul ball. Smith airmails it.
I love the reaction from Smith over there at third base when she does airmail it. Even right now, she's throwing her arms in the air, kind of making fun of herself. And I love that about the game of softball. You know, sometimes things just happen. They don't go your way. But if you can smile a little bit, get the next one. Luckily, that was a foul ball, so you can be a little bit more joking with it. But it just shows how you're having fun.
She always seems to be talking. Check out the Rise Instagram page. They had a nice little vignette. They mic'd her up for a game last week. There's a swing and a miss as she gets Moa'alu out in front. And the inning is over. But OKC scores 5 runs in the fourth. We're halfway home. 9-6 the lead for the Rise in the Varsity Media Sports Network.
This is Doc Ginn, and you're watching Varsity Media.
Are you a local business looking for new and creative ways to promote your company? Varsity Media offers affordable rates that can get your message across to a demographic of 18 to 54 years of age. Our follower base across social media is over 50,000 strong, and our viewership numbers per game are in the thousands. Don't blow your advertising budget on old staples like TV and radio media. Reach out to Varsity Media to get the best bang for your buck.
It's time to book a Varsity Media Sportscast and get on the big stage. A Varsity Media Sportscast is seen by thousands of people, both live and on demand, from friends and family all over the world to prospective college coaches. Our announcers will help tell the story of your team and your athletes. There is no bigger stage to be on than Varsity Media. Book a sportscast today by contacting Varsity Media. When it comes to live streaming, Varsity Media does it all. Athletic events, concerts, musicals, graduations, even weddings. Trust Varsity Media when it comes to your live stream event. Contact us today to learn more about Varsity Media's live streaming services at 516-403-2050 or email ben@varsitymedia.net.
Welcome back to Bill Edwards Stadium. 9-6 the lead for New York over Oklahoma City. And it'll be Nicole Mendez, Lenny Malkin, and Riley Blampede due up against Keely Rochard. And looking at the light fixtures out in left and right field, you could see raindrops start to fall down. And it is an official game after 5 innings, so interesting to see what the decision could be if there is another rain delay or if the game could potentially be suspended, made up tomorrow. But we're going to get a lot of precipitation in the forecast tomorrow as well. So there's a lot of factors at play. We'll see what happens.
You know, a lot of these players on both teams have been to the Women's College World Series, so I think that they are no strangers to rain delays and lightning delays. That is the ongoing joke in the softball community. The number one ops of college softball is rain and lightning, especially in Oklahoma City. So maybe it's a trend, John. The Oklahoma City Spark brought some of that weather to New York.
Yeah, pretty much. So here's Nicole Mendez. She's the only Rise hitter without a hit, but has reached base, so walk and a strikeout. As Keely Rochard back out to the mound. This is her second full inning of work, came on in relief in the second, and she struck out Mendez. Rise had a 9-1 lead, and lead down to 3, and the count 2-0 to Mendez.
Mendez making a good adjustment from that first at-bat to the second one. She struck out against Keely Rochard, her first time facing her, but now being a little bit more patient, making Rochard bring that pitch to her.
Three balls, no strikes to Mendez, 3-0.
Now, talking about taking strikes, here's a situation where, personally, I probably would. I'm leading off the inning, right? Trying to get a base runner.
And that's in there for a strike. Well, there's been 11 combined walks. 3 issued by Pfizer. And you've got the 3 by Rochard, and then 5 by Shanice Dels. And it's a lucky dozen.
You know, I feel like we've talked a lot about the walks and, you know, talked in terms of critiquing the pitchers a little bit, like, oh, they need to throw more strikes over the plate. But I think it's a little bit of a combination, right? I think that these are some of the best hitters in the world, right? So they just have so much more discipline. These pitchers have played against some of the best, and now you have to fine-tune it even more. So I think it's a little bit of the pitchers, but I also think it's just the great at-bats and the great eyes of the hitters that are contributing to so many walks on both sides.
Yeah, no, they're certainly not chasing. Linny Malkin singled to left her last time up. 1 for 2 on the day. Malkin, like Riley Blampede, in the midst of a slump and looking to break out of it. Leave it a miss at an off-speed pitch, 0-2.
She doesn't throw that off-speed pitch too much, but when she does, her pinpoint control has been fantastic. And it, again, changes the speeds and keeps hitters off balance.
Rochard ahead in the count, 0-2. In the air, shallow right center. Coming on is Moultrie. Makes the play, 1 out.
Michelle Moultrie made that look so easy, but her first step was right on the money, and she is so fast. She just glided to that ball that is usually in no woman's land. So again, it looks like a routine play, but Michelle Moultrie, the veteran, just making such a good first jump on that.
Covers a lot of ground and putting it on full display. Here's Riley Blampede. Infield single at a strikeout. 1 for 2 on the day. Lays off and takes ball 1. Pete fouls that one off, 1-1. One more game tomorrow, hopefully, fingers crossed. And then 3 against the Chattanooga Steam this weekend. And should be a fun one and cool to see Chattanooga as well. And one thing that the 3 teams that are going to be in New York, a cool little event going on Thursday night. As that misses inside, 2-1. So Oklahoma City booked their return trip home for Friday. Chattanooga is coming up on Thursday to prepare for the 3-game set. So the Spark, the Rise, and Chattanooga all going for dinner out in the city, in New York City, which is pretty cool for a 3-team meal and just celebrating the league. And I'm sure a lot of former teammates getting together.
And I think it's so cool because you're just coming together to see what everyone is trying to build and everyone is trying to grow, and you're celebrating that, right? Women's sports are so important. Softball is so important. And just to come together and to show your support of each other, getting to see, like you said, former teammates, I think that it's something that's so special. And I think especially within the softball community, it's just so close and people just care so much about each other. It's nice sometimes in the busyness of a professional softball season to just take a breath and say, you know what? Let's celebrate what we've been able to accomplish so far.
Certainly after for some teams, a 60-plus game season, and then signing their first professional contracts, a nice little reunion as that goes right into the dugout. Hope everyone's okay over on the OKC side.
It's hard to tell from this angle. It appeared that everyone ducked, but a little bit difficult to see.
You know who didn't flinch at all? Becky Kazaks.
I know, it's the field hockey player in her. She's not letting anything scare her.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Mendez, the runner at first. And that's outside, ball 4. Goes to the backstop, and Mendez moves up to second on the walk regardless.
The left fielder, number 50, Ashley Trierweiler.
So Flores comes out, and she's going to go back to the bullpen, and she'll bring in Alex Storako. Try and get out of the jam. New pitcher for OKC. We'll introduce her when we come back on the Varsity Media Sports Network.
It's time to book a Varsity Media Sportscast and get on the big stage. A Varsity Media Sportscast is seen by thousands of people, both live and on demand, from friends and family all over the world to prospective college coaches. Our announcers will help tell the story of your team and your athletes. There is no bigger stage to be on than Varsity Media. Book a sportscast today by contacting Varsity Media.
Hey parents, how about a bobblehead for your athlete? Bobbleheads are one of the most preferred personalized gift items today, and it's so easy to order. All you need is a photo of your athlete, a model number from our extensive collection of bobbleheads, and the sculpting process begins. 2 proofs are sent for your approval, and once it's approved, in a few weeks, your bobblehead is on the way. It's that simple. Order your bobblehead today by logging into varsitymediapass.com and click catalogs, or call 516-403-2050.
Number 50, Ashley Trierweiler.
Maria, Tribal Piece, I don't know about you, but I'm feeling kind of blue seeing all of these pitchers come in and the lack of control as Alex Storako comes on to pitch. The Oklahoma Sooner, no wins, no losses, an 8.40 ERA, and she comes in a hot spot but delivers a strike to Ashley Trierweiler. Count 0-1.
It's like she heard you up here in the booth. 1 strike, she's going to give you a first pitch strike as soon as she steps onto the mound.
Trierweiler, a single and a 2-run home run. Officially 2 for 2 with a sac bunt. And she's driven in 2 runs today and came around to score 3 times. Nicole Mendez at second, Riley Blampede at first. And that's served in the air, deep right field. Back goes Maluulu at the wall. Jumps. And did she catch it? She did not. It's a home run. Ashley Trierweiler. A 3-run home run. It's her second long ball of the night. And the Rise go up 12-6.
When the Rise celebrate a home run, they get to hold that little Statue of Liberty torch, and it seems like Ashley Trierweiler is becoming very well accustomed to that torch, and she is lighting things up. This ball just hung a little bit. She gets all of it. Great effort by Koli Malawalu, but Ashley Trierweiler just putting the pop on all of those home runs.
3rd home run of the day for the Rise. As Jenna Laird digs in, and the count 1-0. Well, we didn't know if she made the catch or not. And, you know, you're looking for body language there. Didn't see an umpire signal.
As a former outfielder, I thought she made the catch, and I was ready to go completely nuts and get so excited for that play. And she did a really good job. She did everything right, but I think the ball was just a little bit out of her reach.
Laird pops it up left side. Sydney Sherrill, 2 outs.
And, you know, we didn't really talk too much about Alex Storako and what she throws, but one of her best pitches is her rise ball, right? So the thing with that is you're going to get a lot of strikeouts. The problem with that is if you leave that a little bit too much over the plate, you get an Ashley Trueweiler home run.
Yeah. Here's Alex Honnold, an RBI double and a walk. In fact, she's walked twice today. And that pitch misses, 1-0. Flick down the right field line. Let's see if it stays fair, and just goes foul.
It almost looked as if she swung at that in slow motion, and the ball died a little bit, too, as it got farther down the line. It appeared she squared it up, and then it was like, oh, just kidding. I'm running out of steam.
One's upstairs, 2-1.
There's that rise ball again. I don't know if you could see that from up here, but it breaks and jumps so much. But again, kind of like what I said with Keitha Richard, she's got to start it lower.
The pitch just misses below the knees, 3-1. Alex Storako, 2023 USA Softball Collegiate Player of the Year, top 25 finalist. As it's spoiled foul from Frankfort, Illinois. Started at Michigan, then Oklahoma. All Big 12 second team selection in 2023. And it's upstairs, ball 4.
You know, she ended her career at Oklahoma, but she was so fantastic for Michigan, one of the best to ever do it as a Wolverine. And I think that's one thing that's so cool and interesting about the transfer portal is she finishes her career at Michigan, but then she still has another year, and she's able to then go to Oklahoma and win a national championship.
First pitch hit up the middle by McKenna Smith, and she's got her second hit of the day. As Honnold goes first to third, and the hits keep on coming for McKenna Smith. Now reached base all 4 times today. And credit to her, it's been against 3 different pitchers.
Against 3 different pitchers and in a bunch of different ways. She has a couple walks in there, and then she gets the single. But it all just comes down to her ability to identify which pitches she wants to hit and then going with it where it is pitched.
So Sammy Williams, 2 for 3 on the day at an RBI double. Count 0-1.
How about the response from the Rise, too? They give up that 5 spot in the top half of the 4th inning, immediately get 3 of those back.
Got on and missed, 0-2. Sammy Williams is the 8th batter to the plate for New York. And he pitched downstairs, 1-2. Well, just when it looked like Oklahoma City was creeping back, Ashley Trueweiler unloads a 3-run home run. We'll reach the seats.
No catch made on that one. I'm going to do the play-by-play here. There was no catch made. It looks like there's a fan putting his hands up, but he was not close. And all of the little girl softball players did not make the catch either.
Nicely done.
Thank you, thank you.
This one hit in the air out to shallow right. Torres on the outfield grass hauls it in. And the inning is over. A 3 spot on the board for the Rise. 4 complete innings. 12-6 New York on the Varsity Media Sports Network.
When it comes to live streaming, Varsity Media does it all. Athletic events, concerts, musicals, graduations, even weddings. Trust Varsity Media when it comes to your live stream event. Contact us today to learn more about Varsity Media's live streaming services at 516-403-2050 or email ben@varsitymedia.net.
Are you a local business looking for new and creative ways to promote your company? Varsity Media offers affordable rates that can get your message across to a demographic of 18 to 54 years of age. Our follower base across social media is over 50,000 strong, and our viewership numbers per game are in the thousands. Don't blow your advertising budget on old staples like TV and radio media. Reach out to Varsity Media to get the best bang for your buck. Go to the fifth inning, 12-6 the lead, New York over Oklahoma City. This has been an interesting game, to say the least. We've seen scoring in every inning by one side or the other. And now OKC, after throwing up their first crooked number of the series, scoring 5 runs in the fourth inning, will have their second opportunity against Courtney Weish. And Sydney Sherrill takes low, 1-0. Sherrill homered to left field her last time up, a solo home run. That was against Shanice Dels, who went the first 3 innings. Gave up 4 runs on 3 hits, walked 5, and struck out 3. But a solo home run and a 3-run home run by Haley Lee, scoring 4 of the 5 runs for Oklahoma City last inning. 3-0. Like we mentioned, this bottom third of the order and the depth that Oklahoma City has, your MVP is in the 7 hole. Takes all the way, 12-4.
The depth is crazy, and then it also just makes it so much more difficult as not only a pitcher, but as a defense as well. Because, you know, when you're playing corners especially, or if you're in the outfield, you kind of know when you can not take a play off, but breathe a little bit. When you have the depth of Oklahoma City and Sydney Sherrill batting in the 7th hole, there's no breathing.
That's a live ball, goes off the glove of Wong, and Sherrill makes the turn. Smith's going to throw down to second, and not in time. So a pass ball, as Sherrill makes her way over to second. I was thinking about 3, but Smith unleashing the cannon.
She almost had a chance at it, though, because there was nobody covering third base. So she read that immediately, but as soon as she saw there was a defensive player with her, she got back to second.
Shell Moultrie, an infield single, came around to score last inning. 2-0. Moultrie starting to look like Moultrie again. Hits it up the middle. Jenna Laird's up with it and fires to first. A productive out for Moultrie as Sherrill goes over to third, and there's one away.
Michelle Moultrie's bread and butter is hitting the ball hard and down. She has so much speed, you want to keep it out of the air, right? So in that instance, with a runner on second base, hitting it to the right side, moves Sherrill to third, completely does her job. That's a quality at bat, or a quab, as we used to call it back in my day.
Rachel Becker attacks the first pitch, hits it on the ground to Laird, and flips it over to first. The run comes in to score to make it 12-7. So Becker not wasting any time against the fire thrower in Weish.
Laird did a good job of handling that bad hop, and it was a really good decision by her to just get that out at first. You had a 6-run lead. All you need is another out then to end this inning. Don't mess around and try to make this go longer than it has to.
And so Jaden Coleman takes downstairs 1-0. Tough day at the office for Coleman. Usually the one at the top of the marquee. A couple of strikeouts and 3 at-bats.
It's all about your mental approach, though, right? When I was a hitter, if I was 0 for 3 coming up, for my fourth at bat, I would reverse psychology myself. So I'd say, based on my numbers, based on my batting average, I literally have to get a hit this time. It's just going to average out. So if you talk to yourself like that, it works, right? I think I'd be more nervous coming up to the plate being 3 for 3 as opposed to 0 for 3 because the numbers tell me after 3 for 3 I'm getting out.
So what you're saying is you'd rather be hitless in a game than...
No, I'm not saying that. It's just how I used to have to hype myself up.
Gotcha. Well, that's up the middle. Laird on the backhand, long throw. And Murphy's Law says she's out, and the inning is over. But Oklahoma City gets another run on the board. Go to the bottom of the fifth. 12-7 the lead for the Rise in the Varsity Media Sports Network.
This is Doc Ginn, and you're watching the New York Rise.
Are you a local business looking for new and creative ways to promote your company? Varsity Media offers affordable rates that can get your message across to a demographic of 18 to 54 years of age. Our follower base across social media is over 50,000 strong, and our viewership numbers per game are in the thousands. Don't blow your advertising budget on old staples like TV and radio media. Reach out to Varsity Media to get the best bang for your buck.
It's time to book a Varsity Media Sportscast and get on the big stage. A Varsity Media Sportscast is seen by thousands of people, both live and on demand, from friends and family all over the world to prospective college coaches. Our announcers will help tell the story of your team and your athletes. There is no bigger stage to be on than Varsity Media. Book a sportscast today by contacting Varsity Media.
Bottom of the fifth inning, a 12-7 lead for New York as Alex Storako back out in the circle. This will be her first full inning. She gave up a 3-run home run to Ashley Trewiler coming in out of the bullpen. A pop out, a walk, a single, and then a fly out. As it'll be 6, 7, 8 due up for New York in the home half of the fifth inning. Well, Rodney McCray talking to home plate umpire Jake Garzano. And while we have a break in the action, we'll let you know we're back here tomorrow night, 6:45 p.m. for the finale of this 3-game set. New York and OKC. Coming to you live from Bill Edwards Stadium. Be sure to watch on youtube.com/Varsity Media.
I'm interested to see if there were changes and what they were. Maybe it was just a quick discussion. But, no, it looks like...
Well, it's not for Wong, and Mendez is on deck, so could potentially be for Linny Malkin or maybe...
I guess we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We don't have to speculate just yet. We have Caroline Wong at the plate against Alex Storako. So, look at me doing the play-by-play again.
Yo. Long 1 for 3 on the day. Swings and misses. On the count, 0-2. And that's upstairs.
That's the pitch you're going to see from Storako, especially when she's ahead in the count. That rise ball that just flutters up in that higher part of the zone.
One jam shot right side, and the English spins it foul. Also, throughout the night, you've been talking about the rise ball and the affinity that you have for it, but as a pitcher, what are you looking for out of the windup or release point that you know that you're cooking with that pitch?
As a pitcher, what are you looking for, do you think?
Well, what I'm saying is, what do you want to see out of pitchers,
to
know that they're executing?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's just their control of that rise ball because, as you can tell, it has a habit of getting away from people, right?
One line from a knee, Becker. Loud out number 1.
So it has a habit of getting away from people. So what I'm looking for in my pitchers is just some tight spin and making sure that you have control of that pitch. So I said it a lot throughout the entirety of tonight, but just where you're starting it, right? The best pitchers start that rise ball and have control of where they started. So you could throw it for a strike or you could throw it for an 0-2 waste pitch, but I think if I'm looking for what makes somebody successful with it, it's how they spin it and how they're able to control it. And then on the flip side, if I'm a hitter, how do I hit against the rise ball? I call it zoning down, right? So anything that is about chest level or above, I'm letting go because I know it's going to jump over my bat. Kind of like that pitch right there.
Well, Mendez still in search of a first hit today.
She's had some good at-bats, though. She had the walk. She's making good choices about the pitches that she's swinging at as well.
That's in there. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. Mendez goes down looking. Second time she goes down via the strikeout, and there's 2 away. Home half of the 5th.
Alex Storako responding well. You know, she gave up that home run in the last inning, but she comes back and gets 2 quick outs.
And so it's up to Lenny Malkin. Try and keep the line moving. We've not had a 1-2-3 inning at all today, to the surprise of nobody. But Malkin 1 for 3 on the day. Singleton came around to score in the 3rd inning. And pops it up. Third base side. Sherrill makes the catch. And there's your 1-2-3 inning. 5 in the books. 12-7 rise in the Varsity Media Sports Network.
Nobody left on base. Hey, Ryan.
When it comes to live streaming, Varsity Media does it all. Athletic events, concerts, musicals, graduations, even weddings. Trust Varsity Media when it comes to your live stream event. Contact us today to learn more about Varsity Media's live streaming services at 516-403-2050 or email ben@varsitymedia.net.
Are you a local business looking for new and creative ways to promote your company? Varsity Media offers affordable rates that can get your message across to a demographic of 18 to 54 years of age. Our follower base across social media is over 50,000 strong, and our viewership numbers per game are in the thousands. Don't blow your advertising budget on old staples like TV and radio media. Reach out to Varsity Media to get the best bang for your buck. Back here at Bill Edwards Stadium, and it's Jalen Ford looking for a chance at redemption. She got the start last night. Went the first 2 1/3, gave up 5 runs on 5 hits, walked 5, and struck out 1. And Jalen Ford with control issues yesterday, but I'm sure with 24 hours to decompress and self-critique, now looking for a chance at an easier day at the office.
Yeah, just as it has been for all the pitchers in this game already, walks were her Achilles heel yesterday, right? So you want to look for her to come here tonight looking to start ahead against batters. She throws about 65 to 67 miles per hour. That rise ball is one of her best pitches. She'll work that up in the zone. She has some movement with a curve and a screw. But the biggest thing is, can she locate it and can she get ahead in counts?
And so Haley Lee had a 3-run home run her last time up. And the first pitch hits the outside corner for a strike, 0-1.
Haley Lee, one of the few right-handed batters, too, that Jalen Ford will have to face in this Oklahoma City lineup. I mean, yesterday I liked Jalen Ford getting the start because she is that left-handed pitcher against an Oklahoma City batting order with a ton of left-handed hitters.
Well, at least the first 2 batters that she's going to face are righties. And both Lee and Hansen. Leah Torres also a right-handed hitter. But for Crash McCray, especially with walks being an issue and just trying to get these final 2 innings through the woods, he relies on Ford.
And it's a little bit different look, too, from Courtney Weiss, who just throws hard, right? She has good movement as well, but her bread and butter is how fast she can throw. Ford's a little bit more crafty. She still throws hard, but she's going to spin it a little bit more and work on the corners.
Well, that's high, ball 4. And So the walks keep on coming.
Designated player number 9.
Not the corner that she was probably hoping to work. Needs to bring that pitch down a little bit more.
And so here's Kinsey Hansen. 1 for 2 with a triple and a walk. Came around to score twice.
There's a good response, though. That's why she's a veteran pro, right? Walks the first batter, 0-1 on Kinsey Hansen.
And then pitch misses high. You can see Ford very animated in the circle. The bird, Sid Finch, and I probably messed up that reference. Sorry, it's getting a little late.
It's all right. It's 10:22.
Mark Frederick, the bird. Sid Finch was not real. Now the count 2-2. Kinsey Hansen. McCray using 3 pitchers yesterday. He's used at least 3 tonight. Haven't seen Sarah Cornell yet of the available pitchers in this series. And that's poked into right field, a base hit. Lampede comes up throwing as it goes all the way through to third. And Hansen's on with a single, and Lee moves over to second.
Kinsey Hansen is just so strong. It looked as if she didn't even swing at that pitch, and it's just laced into right field.
And so Alina Torres comes up hitless in 3 at-bats. Hit right on the nose to Lenny Malkin at first base her last time up. 0 for 2 with a walk. Pulls back the bunt, takes a strike, 0-1.
I think it's interesting here to square around to bunt down 5 runs. But hey, you're just trying to figure out ways to get base runners on.
Swing and a miss. Well, she was swinging for the downs there.
Timed it up a little bit on the square around, and then she's like, you know what? I'm going to take a daddy hack right here.
Oh, 2. Cute foul. Wind starting to blow in, although that hasn't been a factor at all.
Especially on that Sydney Sherrill home run, just completely against the wind over the left field wall.
No balls, 2 strikes, the pitch. That's in the dirt, going to third. Lee, the throw, in time. Caroline Wong throws out Haley Lee for a much-needed out number 1.
That's great awareness by Caroline Wong, but I don't want to see Haley Lee running here. You're down by 5 runs. You need all the base runners. In that instance, you don't matter, right? You're not the tying run, so you need to be a little bit more smarter in that situation.
Add insult to injury, Hansen didn't move either. She's at first. And on the ground, right side. Gonna be tough to turn 2. Williams goes to second for 1. The turn not in time.
And those situations are tough, though, right? Going back to Haley Lee running to third, because the reason Oklahoma City is so good is because of their aggressiveness, both on the base paths and at the plate. So when you're just trained and accustomed to go automatically, you have those instances. It's just understanding the score and the time and the place.
First pitch is down and in to Yvonne Whaley, 1-0. We saw Rodney McCray speaking to home plate umpire Jake Garzano last inning about some of the switches, and I think it was for Ford in the defensive switches. Get him to you in a second. 1-0. That's inside, 2-0. So Sammy Williams is now at second base. Jenna Laird goes from second to short. And I think that's been the only change because Blampede's still in center and in right, excuse me. 2-0. Line foul. Down 2-1. Whaley, 2 hits, 2 RBIs today. Pitch, wave and a miss, 2-2. Ford looking for a goose egg. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch, poke foul.
Yvonne Whaley doing a really good job just fighting off some of those pitches from Jalen Ford, who's working that lower outside part of the plate. The curveball, a little bit of an off speed as well, but Whaley just fighting, trying to get Ford to bring something back over the plate.
We'll do it again. Deuce is wild. A 5-run lead for the Rise. Top half of the 6th. Pitch inside. 3-2.
It's going to allow the runner to start now. 3-2, 2 outs. So if you're the infield and get a ground ball, you're looking to get that out at first.
Chloe Mwaalu would be next. Payoff pitch. Tapped right back to the mound. Ford's up with it. Underhands to first. The inning's over. So Ford throws up the scoreless frame. We go to the bottom of the 6th. 12-7 Rise on the Varsity Media Sports Network.
One left on base.
This is Doc Ginn, and you're watching the New York Rise.
Are you a local business looking for new and creative ways to promote your company? Varsity Media offers affordable rates that can get your message across to a demographic of 18 to 54 years of age. Our follower base across social media is over 50,000 strong, and our viewership numbers per game are in the thousands. Don't blow your advertising budget on old staples like TV and radio media. Reach out to Varsity Media to get the best bang for your buck.
It's time to book a Varsity Media Sportscast and get on the big stage. A Varsity Media Sportscast is seen by thousands of people, both live and on demand, from friends and family all over the world to prospective college coaches. Our announcers will help tell the story of your team and your athletes. There is no bigger stage to be on than Varsity Media. Book a sportscast today by contacting Varsity Media.
Bottom of the 6th inning, and as is tradition here at Bill Edwards Stadium, lighting up the night in the bottom of the 6th, while the Rise have lit up the scoreboard. Lead at 12-7 over Oklahoma City. It's been interesting, the games that these two teams have played. They're either close or they're barn burners. And by that I say the victory for the Rise, they won 9-1 going away. That was 2 days after losing to the Spark 5-4, and then the 3-game sweep where Oklahoma City won 3-2, 7-0, and 3-0. So go figure, after a 5-1 loss, now 12 runs on the board for the Rise.
I feel like that tracks, right? Based on past history. They're just playing into the script that's been written all season, right? And I mean, we've seen a lot of home runs tonight. We've seen some great at-bats. We've seen some aggressive base running. So, I mean, are you not entertained, right?
I'm with you. So a rain delay. Saw hot dogs being thrown.
We saw Taylor Swift songs, heard Taylor Swift songs. We were seeing double play in a Travis Kelce jersey.
Listen, I know you've been up all day, but if you start seeing songs, I think I'd have to call the trainers up here.
Yeah, I'm not seeing songs yet. I'm hearing songs. Maybe hearing some voices at this point, but, you know, we're making it through.
Riley Blampede, the number 9 hitter, will lead it off against Alex Storako. Swings out of her shoe tops at that Rise. 0-1.
And that's what Alex Storako is so good at, is getting hitters to chase that pitch, because it looks like it's a strike right down the middle. You know when I said you have to zone down last inning? That's incredibly difficult to do when it does start at maybe your belly button. So you're like, oh, I'm zoning down. And then it jumps a foot and your bat's just underneath it. And you're like, told myself I wasn't going to do it, but here I am.
Well, the temptation's always there. Blampede out to center. Moultrie Boy, she's so quick-footed out there. It makes it look so easy for out number 1.
And I think that it's just so downplayed on all of her outs, right? It's like, oh, there's a routine pop out to center. There's about 50% of outfielders who can get to it. There's about another 10% of balls that Michelle Moultrie gets to that most people cannot. And it all comes down to her quick first step and then just utilizing her speed that she does so well.
Ashley Trewiler dunks it into right field. That's a base hit. And Trewiler has her 4th hit of the day.
You know, I need to know what Ashley Trewiler is eating for breakfast, and I think if anybody is in a slump, they should ask her and then start eating the same thing. I just can't. I'm just so impressed with the way that she's been able to hit the ball, and she does it in all 3 facets. She has the speed. If she wants to slap, she can. If she wants to bunt, she can. We saw her have a sacrifice bunt in this game as well, but just the power behind her swing and just finding ways to get on base. She has been so much fun to watch, not only tonight, but this whole season.
So Ryan Henry comes on in a pinch-hitting spot. Of course, a Villanova Wildcat legend coming in for Jenna Laird. Swings and misses through the first pitch. Rise, 0-1.
You know, I've had the opportunity to call a lot of Ryan Henry's games, and you know, the one thing about her is she just brings so much positive energy to every team that she's on. She does so much work. She was a theater major in college. She does acting. She's written scripts. She just does a little bit of everything, and she brings that personality to the bench. So even when she's not in the game, she's cheering everyone on. So positive and so much fun to watch play softball and cover as well.
She handles the team's social media as well and had a big part in Media Day as well, which was pretty cool to see the team get together at a salon, get their hair done, and obviously the headshots all done for Media Day, which just goes to show the level of going above and beyond that the New York Rise are showing. But she takes strike 3, and there's 2 outs for Storacco.
Well, I think that's one thing that is just so amazing about the New York Rise is the fact that they are doing so many things beyond the field, right, for these athletes. And I think, I mean, as somebody who loves getting my hair done, sometimes my makeup done, yes, absolutely sign me up for that. Especially, you know, as athletes, you're constantly just pushing your body to so many different limits. It's nice to be pampered once in a while.
Same with the cucumber on the eyes, the hot stones.
They got that too? Or just hair done?
I'm assuming just the hair.
That would have been the icing on the cake.
So I get a haircut once a month, and it's in and out. So, you know, I know obviously it's a different experience for the women out there.
See, when women get their hair done, it's like a 4 or 5 hour process, especially if you're getting like highlights or balayage. Balayage takes a long time. And then they style it for you. But it's a whole experience. It's long, but it's fun. And it's not once a month.
No, not at all. There's Moultrie. Makes the catch. Inning over. Rise will look to even up the series when we come back on the Varsity Media Sports Network.
And nobody left on base.
It's time to book a Varsity Media Sportscast and get on the big stage. A Varsity Media Sportscast is seen by thousands of people, both live and on demand, from friends and family all over the world to prospective college coaches. Our announcers will help tell the story of your team and your athletes. There is no bigger stage to be on than Varsity Media. Book a sportscast today by contacting Varsity Media.
Hey parents, how about a bobblehead for your athlete? Bobbleheads are one of the most preferred personalized gift items today, and it's so easy to order. All you need is a photo of your athlete, a model number from our extensive collection of bobbleheads, and the sculpting process begins. 2 proofs are sent for your approval, and once it's approved, in a few weeks, your bobblehead is on the way. It's that simple. Order your bobblehead today by logging into varsitymediapass.com and click catalogs, or call 516-403-2050. Top of the 7th inning, Jalen Ford looking for the final 3 outs as the Rise have a 12-7 lead over Oklahoma City. Spark have only lost 1 game this year. It was to the Rise, and now they're in danger of losing their second to New York. And they'll have 6, 7, 8 due up against Ford. Chloe Malaulu will along with Sydney Sherrill and Michelle Moultrie.
It's funny, we said 6, 7, 8 is due up, right? And sometimes you're like, okay, 6, 7, 8. That's a very tough 6, 7, 8 to pitch against.
Yeah, 100%. When you've got second team All-SEC to lead off, then you've got the league MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, and then, of course, Michelle Moultrie, the UF Hall of Famer. But go figure.
But that's 6, 7, 8. Don't even get me started on 1, 2, 3.
Time called at the plate. I think Ali Melendez, the in-house entertainer, a little too much fun.
She's so fantastic. Her energy. We talked about Ryan Henry's energy. How about Ali Melendez? She has been so much fun to watch, especially here on Taylor Swift night.
Yeah, no, she's here every game and does a great job getting the crowd into it. Her and Double Play and the whole crew. The whole kit and caboodle.
Are they getting friendship bracelets?
Well, they're not getting balayages, which I just learned what that was. There's Allie. Fantastic job.
I'm sure if we asked Allie what a balayage is, she would definitely be able to explain it to you as well. All my women at home listening, we need to contribute to John learning what a balayage is, especially for the hairstylists who do it so well and blend the perfect colors, because that goes into good game day hair too. If the balayage looks good with braids or bubbles, oh my goodness. Game day hair would be popping. Add a ribbon in there, oh my goodness.
When you're looking good, you're feeling good, it extends to playing.
Look good, feel good, play good. I had a teammate who wore bright pink lipstick every game, and that was her thing. And she pitched really well every time she did it.
We've got camera people that do that too, so I'm with you. Full count to Chloe Malauolu. A couple of strikeouts and a ground out. Ford gets ready with the payoff pitch. And then hits off the glove of Wong, but it's ball 4. Going to throw down to first anyway, but I think ball 4 was called. Regardless, she's on with the leadoff walk, and here's Sydney Sherrill. Ashley Ianson comes out to just get confirmation that that was a walk and not a strikeout. And so the confirmation's there. Here's Sherrill. Solo home run, a walk, and a flyout. And Ford paints that inside corner, 0-1.
That's a great spot on an 0-0 pitch coming inside on that left-handed hitter. So tough to hit and get your hands to, especially with the spin that Ford's putting behind it.
0-1, 0-2.
Talk about control. How about Ford with that pinpoint control to hit that spot 2 consecutive pitches?
0-2, down and in. Ford and Wong on the same page. 1-2. Check swing. She goes around. Strike 3. First strikeout for Ford, and there's one away in the 7th.
How about this sequence from Jalen Ford? She starts with that pitch on the inside part of the plate to get strike 1. She comes back with 0-2, and then finally climbing the ladder a little bit with that rise ball on the inside part of the plate to get Sydney Sherrill to chase.
This is bunted by Moultrie. Smith comes up with it, fires to first. Williams can't make the catch. Malauulu goes to third. And so now OKC with something cooking. Runners on the corners and 1 out. See how they rule it. I'd have to imagine it's a base hit.
I think so too. Moultrie is just so quick, and you know the other thing is too, with that speed, it just puts pressure on the defense. So even if she bunts that right to a corner infielder, they're already thinking about how they have to get rid of it quickly, and then you'll see some of those bad throws or drop balls.
So it'll be an infield hit, but an E5 that allows Malauulu to go to third. And here's Rachel Becker. And the pitch misses inside, 1-0. Inside. 2-0.
You can see that she wants that inside pitch on the left-handed hitters. It worked so well against Cheryl. Now Michelle Moultrie does get the bunt down, but just pounding that inside part of the plate. She's effective with it when it's a strike.
So drops in there, 2-1. One thing that I like about Ford is that it's never the same pitch back-to-back. She'll go up, down, change the speeds. It's really why she's so efficient.
And she has the repertoire, right? She has the curve, the screw. She'll work a lot up in the zone with that rise ball, so she has the ability to work all four quadrants.
But not getting OKC to chase. Well, if Becker can reach, that would get the tying run to the on-deck circle. OKC still with their work cut out for them. 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 3-2.
I feel as though the last two batters, she's just put a little bit more zip on that ball. I mean, it's spinning pretty tightly, better control than she had yesterday, and now just a little bit more oomph behind those pitches.
Ford ready with the 3-2. Swing and a miss. Got her swinging. She went up the elevator shaft, got Becker to chase, and now the Spark are down to their final out.
The rise ball is so good because of where she starts it. It's been what I've been saying all night. See how that's right at the letters? It's so hard to lay off of because it looks like the pitch that you can hit over the fence, but it's not. It's going to keep climbing, and that's why she's getting strikeouts on that rise.
So here's Jada Coleman, hitless in 4 at-bats. Malauulu at third, Moultrie at first. And the pitch, swing, and foul tipped into the glove of Wong. 1-1.
Especially with those lefties, it has not only a rise spin, but a little bit of a screw spin coming in on them. That makes it even more difficult to hit.
1-1 to Coleman. Right back to the mound. Ford is up with it. Underhands to first, and the inning is over. And the game is over as well. New York hands Oklahoma City its second loss of the season, a 12-7 final. Ashley Treeweiler hits 2 home runs, drives in 5, as 8 of the 9 Rise starters collect a hit in the much-needed victory for New York.
We said at the beginning of the game, the way the Rise will win is if they get base runners on and get that offense going. They did a great job of that tonight, and they'll try to keep that momentum into tomorrow.
Jalen Ford, taking the loss yesterday, gets the final 3 outs today. In fact, she gets the final 6 outs in the victory. And that does it for New York in their victory over OKC. Well, that'll do it for our entire crew. This has been a fun one, and we'll have Game 3 tomorrow starting at 6:45 p.m. For our entire crew, led by Ben Turchin, Ron Pierre, Tony DeMasso, and Becca Kazaks giving you the moving images. For our technical director, Chris Sweeney, and my partner, Maria Tribal Peace, this is John Perez saying so long from Bill Edwards Stadium. It's been a presentation of AFP Softball on your home for New York Sports, the Varsity Media Sports Network.